Alrighty guys, good evening. Happy fucking Wednesdays. Hope you guys are wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of World of Warcraft. Good. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening so far. Meandering our way through, Dorn, I think it is. I don't even know what zone we're in. One of the zones, the beginning zone. Either way, finishing up the quests here. The usual. Ah, yes. We'll see how it goes, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, though. Good. Happy Wednesday. That is hot. That is most definitely hot. Good. Just chilling out here, guys. We're probably going to check out, we're going to check out the Helldivers Reddits, as per usual. Looks like there might be an article up. It definitely seems like the developers don't really know what they're... It seems like there's a disconnect, which we talked about already. I was pretty sure there's a disconnect between, like, seemingly what the higher-ups want to do with the game and what it seems like the actual development team wants to do with the game. And... Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure where things are going to go. Because it doesn't actually seem like they know what they're trying to do with the game. So, kind of a sad place to be, but I think that's what happens when your community is sending out conflicting information. A lot of the community right now that's left over doesn't want a difficult game, and it really, really shows, so. Alright, let's get into the Reddits here, guys. Good. Hills improper Discord QA, list of questions and answers all in one place. Yeah. So I didn't see it here, but I saw an article earlier today talking about where things are going. And it seems like the weird thing is he was talking about the game becoming too competitive, which I don't actually know how it would become competitive because no one's competing against each other. Yeah. Burnout I can see. Anytime people are just dogging on you constantly, I can see they're definitely being burnout because people are tired of being at odds with each other and they just want things to jive. That's kind of my natural state, though, is just being at odds with everyone all the time forever. So you can have conflicting or controversial opinions that don't always fit the norm. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes the norm changes to what I'm talking about, and then I got to talk about it in our videos, which then no one believes that I said it before it became the norm, so then all of a sudden I look like a bad person for mentioning that I talked about it earlier. Yeah. We'll take a peek here. Actually, no, this is 6 days ago. This isn't what we're looking for. This is a long time ago. Why wasn't this pinned yesterday? Discord mods on top of everything, guys. Good evening, Umi. Hi. Yeah. Wow, I talked about a shower in the ship months ago. Weird how that works, huh? Like a spray down room that you can walk through and it sprays off all the goop. Yeah, weird. All the stuff that we talked about, guys, coming to pass. Crazy world we live in. See. A lot of them here. This is 6 days ago. Definitely was not pinned for some reason. Women should feel powerful, as it says on the box. Okay. Balanced being probably more prevalent than powerful. We talked about the difference between being overpowered and things being balanced. And when you edge into the territory of overpowered, then there's no threat to you because stuff is overpowered, which makes you feel powerful in the first place, right? Let's see. Auto stim booster takes away the stim animation. One set of backpack that robot arms stimmed anyone nearby. I think we need more support stratagems in general. For those who want to play to help the team, we talked about this as well. Or even more defense, or just more backpacks in general. Good. Stims are so strong already. You don't get all the stims back, though, even with the armor. So it's only prorated out of the pod and with the pack in the ground. Although I think the pack in the ground only gives 4, too. Instead of prorating it based on the number it should give you. It's a dev team 100% full strength now. We're at like 80%. Counter changes on the horizon. Probably. So your chance of auxiliary drone or the sword of being in the game. It'd be nice if we could do stratagem like the Call of Duty AC-130 everyone wants. Everyone wants COD stratagems. Do they want that for such a long time? Drone, controller, backpack, or something. Maybe support weapons. An engineer wants to do a prototype UVG. Bomb stratagem is a test. Pretty cool, but not usable as other stuff. Your opinion on case divers? I think they're interesting. Play the game you want. There's a civil war going on. Surprised you didn't address it as it being a bad and toxic nature of the game, you know. We talked about this before, how the higher-ups just kind of want to do whatever the community wants, and that doesn't always work in the... doesn't actually work in the benefit for the community or the game guys. In the case of Chaos Divers, they were legit starting to grief people because they wanted just to shit all over them. It's because they aren't having fun, they shouldn't have fun. So it doesn't really work in this case if you want the community to have fun, but you realize part of the fun in the community is people just being toxic assholes that literally try to shit all over your game. Maybe it's not in the best interest of your game, and maybe take a more metered approach to that rather than just doing what the community wants. We have a civil war going on, lol. I wish we had more functionality in Galactic War to show the effects. I don't think he's responding to the same question there or knows exactly what that means, which is kind of curious. Can we spend samples on one-time use items like extra ammo, stim grenades, one mission or so P? Yeah, we talked about that. Yep. And the BetterDivers Guide, ways to burn resources, well, even before they popped up on Reddit. We talked about this well beforehand. And then also the ways to use endgame resources popped up on Reddit later. We talked about that as well. Gun differentiation since launch. Let's see. Mech customizer for burning resources, addendum. It's too far along. Oh, number 45. Burning resources, a bunch of different ideas and different ways to work on it, including a crafting system in the game. Good idea. It's actually the way the boosters used to work. An in-game economy. Not quite there, though. Not quite there. Stratagem-based economy. They're almost there, guys. It's 2 months later. They're almost there. After it's introduced into the community. Conserve real money transfer influx of cheaters would sell items. The concern would be real money transfer as influx of cheaters would sell the items. I don't think anyone's talking about using real money trading. Maybe we are. Wonder if they consider a few basic issues, which is make certain weapons feel more viable, more fun without buffing anything like misaligned scopes. Just talking about bug reports. Sample sharing pool. I love to give my friends who don't play much samples and rentals. Literally talked about that on stream. Looks like maxed. Huh? Oh, I'm glad they're agreeing with my ideas. Good. Our boss fights, like they add an HD1, something that's tabled to possible additions, enemies, maybe. The problem with actual boss fights is then it turns into like Destiny or like MMO, in which case you aren't really playing Helldivers anymore, where like you kind of have like pseudo bosses in the game right now, but you have to do them in a live fire scenario. I mean, there's always interruptions and other things, and things don't go out the right way. In the case of World of Warcraft or Destiny, you have the absolute best case scenario to attempt a boss fight, and that's pretty much it. The entire scenario is more or less made up of the boss fight itself, right? Without interruptions. You don't really have that in the game itself, so we have like pseudo bosses. And I don't really think like a traditional boss fight would actually fit the game. Just like there's other games like third-person shooters or first-person shooters where they're actually third-person shooters where they're attempting to insert like boss battles like Destiny into the game itself, and of course then they have to segment it off. What's the Become Human, I think it is, where they do stuff like that. But then it becomes like you can't really balance them the same way as you can other boss battles and have phases and stuff like that. You could sort of do it, which is what they do right now, but I think they're thinking of traditional boss fights like Destiny, which I don't think would necessarily work properly, or maybe even fit the theme of the game itself. Concern would be real money transfer and an influx of cheaters that would sell items, I guess. I mean, people are already doing that with paid levels and such. Our boss fights like what they had in HD1, something that's on the table as possible addition, maybe. They tested the cape regarding the review bombing. People really, really want to show the distaste for the game. We don't want to release until we find more clarity on the country issue. I just saw this already. So some of the stuff we already see in the community, but not this whole list. Any update on the review bomb cape in locked regions? Basically, review cape is waiting on region conclusion. We don't have a reason before it's solved. Not that anyone really even cares about that. Wait, so it's not concluded yet. Sony is the other way around. The final decision will be sold in more countries. Not that it'll be any more on their sales, but the community wants it for some reason. People like a lot of, like in online nowadays, guys, people they love checking boxes, and they love the idea of something without putting into context what it actually means in reality. Sony, for instance, this game, Helldivers 2, has not been sold in a lot of countries that Sony doesn't operate in, but it doesn't matter because those countries have like a GDP like $4. Like, I'm not saying that to be mean, but like you talk about Uganda, and they literally make like $30 in a month for a family of 4, and that's what they live off of. So pretending like that's actually going to be like a monumental amount of their income, or that there's going to be all these players that are going to show up because of it, it's folly. It's absolute silly. It's absolute silliness. They're just trying to take the whole Sony controversy to the extreme, and that's like the last little bit of it. It's not going to matter. They're just doing it because they have to do it, like Arrowhead has to do it at this point, just to finish things up. And as it turns out, like, people don't really care. As it turns out, it's just people want to pretend that they care, but at the end of the day, is it stopping people from playing the game? No, it's not. It's not stopping fucking anyone from playing the game. Sony controversy did an absolute number on the community in this game. I notice whenever I complete a mission with fans of PC start running on full blast. Not when you complete a mission, it's just when you're playing the mission. Tech instability, working in the game a long time, can interact with unexpectedly, cause unintuitive issues. It's a big problem each patch. When something breaks, it's mostly because of this. This guy has no idea what he's talking about, and the load for the game itself is generally the same all throughout the mission. Even at the end, it doesn't change much of anything, so there's no giant, like, hardcore performance hit at the end of the game. I know, because I literally watch my performance all the time. I got, years ago, decades ago, guys, got sick of depending on your own innate fleshy meat bag telling you what's going on when it's clearly not the case. This guy's relying on his fans, which might just be the mission's over, the loud sounds are done, and he hears the fans. Observationally, from an objective standpoint, he subjectively is getting a lot of loud noises because the game's going on. It ends, he notices fans are actually ramped up, when in fact they've been ramped up the entire game. He just didn't hear it because of the sound. Because, once again, you're a fleshy human meat bag, and you have to take that into account when you're making actual, like, you know, objective observations, right? Attempting to make objective observations by weeding yourself out. And he doesn't do that. Good. And I've never noticed any giant spike in CPU utilization at the end, like it locks the game or something. It's just, you know, you get sometimes you got locked up at the end, but other than that, it's none related to CPU utilization. The game itself has always been really hard on CPUs. Would it be possible to adjust the weapon positioning of character's shoulder when switching camera angle to could significantly enhance both realism and tactical gameplay? I don't think it really matters. Unfortunately, I didn't do this because of the amount of animation required to make 2 times what we have, slowing development of new weapons and making the system hard to maintain. Yeah, this is someone's OCD on realism, and that doesn't matter. This is a waste of time. As a fan of the black and yellow OG armors, we get some version of engineer perk at some point. Cosmetics, the team is working on a color mod system. Same as vehicle patterns for armors. So something more along the lines of... Thanks for the likes on TikTok, by the way. So something more along the lines of Army Painter, if you ever played Dawn of War, which is something that's kind of cool. The problem is that people wreck color schemes, absolutely wreck them. How wreck them? Oh, they absolutely wreck the color schemes. So, we've talked about this before. My friends used to have like unicorn armies. They literally just paint them all the most flamboyant, obnoxious colors you can imagine. Dawn of War is a game from 2004. That's the downside of having an army customizer or painter, is the fact that people will go out of their way to try and make things look like crap. So, yeah. Which I'm not... I like the idea of customization, but I also understand what people are going to use it for when they have it. Let's see. What's the chance of us getting infrared night vision scopes or sights? Predator vision? Yeah, Pills, what's the chance of us getting Predator vision? I've been in the community, guys, for, since the game launched? So 6 months for Helldivers 2. And all this stuff we've talked about throughout the development cycle of Helldivers 2. And it took the community up until basically when I made this list for them to start talking about almost everything on here, which is what they're now doing. Of course, they aren't mentioning me at all, but at least they're getting some of the stuff out there. Hey, look, Predator Vision mode. Wow. Night vision is something that kids have talked about for a long time. They haven't talked about thermal. And I've mentioned before, the kicker is the community can ask for night vision all they want, but night vision isn't the same thing as thermal. Yeah. Or movement-based vision, or something that relies on EMI. There's a lot of options you could actually come up with for Predator Vision modes. If you ever watched you played AVP, or you watched the Predator movies, right? Where the Predator swipes through different vision modes on his visor. It's the same thing I suggested. I know it's not the same thing as helmets, which Piltz was talking about when the game first came out. Yep. Here every day, guys. It's kind of weird how almost these are just direct from the BetterDivers guide. Let's see. Short term, low, long term, high. Can you please less 13 Trident back from HD1? I think it's listed upcoming weapons, but not 100% sure of this. Okay, were you aware of the change of flamethrower by putting his bug fix that included changing graphics? I read about it on Facebook at a family dinner vacation. I understand what it's aimed to do, but it's not iterated upon enough to... And the VFX look like TF1. Okay. How's the staff morale doing? It's hard, tricky situation. Criticism is valid. Because low morale. Low morale causes development speed talk. About negative spiral, I think it's important to reiterate. Yep. So when your team doesn't get received well, as it turns out, it hurts morale. Especially when they're in the same Discord that is also used for work, which I'm pretty sure is the public Discord for Helldivers 2. I'm very certain is also their work Discord, which it shouldn't be, but it is probably because it got grandfathered in from HD1 when they had 1,000 people playing their game. And it makes it very difficult to separate themselves from social. Guys, take a look at the blitzer, not being able to hit enemies nearby, destructible environment elements, chairs, fences, yep. Yep, and it's also in the BetterDivers guide under the blitzer entry, by the way. When can we expect the next balance update? It contains more buffs. We'll have to talk about the first team. Get up speed before we can talk about it. What about weapons instantly losing one damage when shot leaves the barrel unless you are moving forward? I don't know how they figured out 1 damage particularly. Every the projectile has less damage fall off. I think we need a weapon upgrade and customization to be able to tailor play styles for advanced divers. What name would you give the larva in a jar? We called her Larvis. It's a her. We expect the AT-47 emplacement from HD1 in the future. Oh my god, this one's so cool. We only have 1 8 emplacement, but there are more coming. Which, if the game's hard, means you're going to get run over, which is always the problem with the original emplacement, is if the enemies are actually difficult, you just get run over right away. Which used to be what happened, and then they changed it. What do you think of this idea? Auto reload, picking up ammo from resupplies, manually reload ammo on my spear. Want to keep it grounded, no magical bullet transferal. I'd agree with that. What about reloading mechs? Picking up some ammo in the mech or assigning it to the last mech support weapon. It'd be fun to be able to use mech in the entire game. Would love it. We have some thoughts on how mech rearm would work, potentially as a tactical objective or a vehicle-based stratagem. Or both. Does mean no beta test servers. Right, we have an experimental server sometimes being worked on. It'll be a restricted group of active users, some sort of NDA attached. We don't want to spoil things for those that aren't testing. We talked about test servers in general when we heard about this, guys. Test servers always work out in a couple different ways, one of which no one actually plays on it. The people that play on it just fuck around because it doesn't matter anyways. And then the people that are on it gain like this kind of viewpoint that everything they say and do matters more than everyone else. Because they were on the test server, when in fact they're just another warm body, right? Test servers, I like more traditional, or not more traditional, more dynamic or live testing, in which they basically give stuff that might, you can basically sign something, or not sign something, but turn on an option in the game that allows you to test experimental features and options, and then you get a chance of actually using them, as opposed to having to download the playtest server, which almost no one's going to do, and then actually bother playing on it, and then realizing no one's playing on it, and that also hurts things too, which is you can't find games, or the games you're playing on are just silly. Can we get a shower on the ship? Something we can interact with after the missions get the gunk off? Yes, it's something we talked about over the months, actually when the game first launched. Does mech customizer be considered add-ons mix and match weapons? Yes, customizer is an active discussion. By the way, the community hasn't suggested a mech lab. They never suggested a mech lab. They suggested different iterations of mechs, but I'm pretty sure almost no one prior to me suggesting it has actually suggested a mech lab. Now people are talking about a mech customizer, including the developers for some reason. Wow. Wow. Isn't that weird? Pre-save loadout, a lot of people have suggested this. Yes, in the works somewhere. I don't really think it matters, but some people will use it. How we deal about being able to bring... This actually wouldn't be that much of an issue... take that much work either. How would you deal about being able to bring Thief buddies at some point? It also works hot, so much being worked on, stability balance, controversies gets in the way of us getting amazing new stuff. When I play Div 6, there's just too many chargers, always has been. Play Div 5. Agree, it's fine if one mission is charger heavy and another is hordes of chaff, but it does devolve into chargers galore. That's what happens when people don't kill them fast enough and they can't deal with them. Turn down the difficulty. I wouldn't agree with this. For the mech rearm, have you guys thought of using... He doesn't want to tell people to get good either. So I play on Div 10, and there's plenty of missions now that are very easy. So there's plenty of people that just legit aren't even dying on Div 10, which means these can play Div 5 and do better. For the mech rearm, have you guys thought about using supply backpack to reload the mechs? You're going to do so much, yeah. Some sort of resupply base with infinite ammo would be the way to go. We'll have to see. We'll have a design workshop sometime in the future to connect the dots. So they're talking about a deployable building, or deployable buildings, it appears to be. Can we get some weapon lab to improve weapons using samples once we get them maxed out? So you're so close to what we were working on. So they've suggested a while ago, basically we're going to end up with resource glut, or not resource glut, power creep. We're going to have with power creep and essentially what they had in Helldivers 1, which is a tech tree, and which means power creep once again. And people want things to be stronger. Then they're stronger, then you have to have stronger enemies to play against. It's power creep. It's stat progression as opposed to challenge progression. There's been a lot of discussion going on with people asking about priorities. Certain things is wondering what is the absolute top of the list right now in priorities. Fixing our update accuracy is number one. Text stability, don't crash the game with updates and progression. Seems like balancing is based around teamwork. Coming off HD1, it seems the team is forced to stick together because they share the screen, but in HD2 we can easily become split up, so perhaps there is a mistake in this approach of HD1 and it can't balance around teamwork the same way. Well, it's even more important to ensure that you get samples, synergies from the teamwork as players can spread out. The game tries to make players want to stick together. Okay. I don't think either of these guys... He tried to answer this guy's question as best as possible. I don't think this guy actually knew what he wanted to ask. He's just basically talking about the way it was in HD1. So you had to stick together more in HD1 as opposed to HD2. So I guess maybe you wanted them to stick together in HD2. That's always an option, by the way, if you're doing poorly, is to stick together. Have you checked out Deadlock? Yes. It's probably putting... If Valve was not the game company making it, I think there would be very little hype surrounding it. Not to poop on Valve, but it seems an awful lot like it's just Smite / Paragon with first-person shooter aesthetic. Third-person shooter, obviously. First-person shooter aesthetic thrown over the top, more heavily ingrained in it, so it looks more, not critical, but rather it's more in-depth. What's a good way of wording that? It plays more like a first-person shooter rather than MOBA, right? In the case of Smite and Paragon, they're more of a MOBA. Paragon, I'd say, is more in line with where Deadlock is as opposed to Smite. Smite's more of a traditional first MOBA, even though it's third person. That being said, it's going to last a little bit as all Valve games do, like Dota, but it's probably going to pop and fizzle, but it's going to take a while longer. I'd say Deadlock's probably going to be big for maybe 6 months or so on Twitch, or just in general, and then it's going to pop and fizzle. And that's just the way it's going to be. It's probably going to end up in the same relationship as League of Legends to Dota is right now, which is Dota's still popular. It's just not nearly as popular as League of Legends is. But otherwise, it doesn't, like, I'm not really going out of my way to try and play it. I'm playing World of Warcraft right now. And I am a big fan of MOBAs, I'm a big fan of first-person shooters, and I'm a big fan of combinations of both of them, like Overwatch. I love that shit. Deadlock itself does not actually look all that intriguing or interesting. It looks like something that was... just kind of, the hype surrounding is kind of big, and it's Valve, and that's pretty much it. Otherwise, I don't think it's actually going to, like, I don't think it's going to be like a super big game. I don't think it's going to replace Overwatch, for instance. We might end up playing it after I'm done with World of Warcraft, depending on where things go here, with Helldivers 2. I mentioned before that I was interested in Helldivers 2, but only as long as the game was difficult, and they ended up, it looks like they're trying to basically just do whatever the community wants and make the game super easy. Despite there being a bunch of difficulties people can play at. Like the guy that's talking about too many chargers at Diff 6, then you just turn down the difficulty. That's the way it goes. There's 5 difficulties below Diff 6. He chooses to play on Diff 6. They get overrun by chargers, which clearly aren't a problem even when I'm playing on Diff 10, which means there's a problem with what they're doing in the game, or lack thereof. So... I don't know how to, like, I'm not a big fan of telling people to get good, but it just, there's a big problem in Helldivers 2 of people just not getting good and then blaming the game. Like, I don't, this isn't like rocket science shit. Anyone that's playing first-person shooters and does well could manage the mechanics in Helldivers 2. So, I don't know. I really don't know. That's why I talked about challenge progression and having a bajillion other difficulties so it never becomes an issue, but here we are. Let's see. EXO, people talking about HD1 stuff. Anyways, guys could incorporate other sentries into the sentry manual targeting upgrade. Not a way to make sentries, also drones, not shoot enemies that cannot even damage. It's a good idea. You mean the RTS aspect, which we talked about for the sentry revamp? Ah, yes. Yep. Which they already kind of implemented, but not really. Here every day, guys. Where are my turrets? Turret revamp 28. Talked about adding a RTS aspect to the turrets, which allows you to basically top-down view to place them on the ground and plunk them down instead of throwing it within a radius around you. Yep. Mech Bomb, Hellbomb Explosion for an emergency release as a last resort. Original design, but we have time to do the eject mechanics. We don't have time to do the eject mechanics. Probably something along the lines of Mech Warrior. I'd hope that iterate on the approach HD1. Personally, go down the customization route rather than upgrades. Rather than upgrades, this is the same thing. We're looking at customization. He's talking about the same things. Upgrades and customizations are the same thing. People aren't... In HD1, there's a lot of stuff in their tree that's basically power creep. It just makes the guns better. That's it. It's a tech tree. Flying vehicles of the game, that completely out of the question. I promise the tech lead, we would never. A lot of assumptions have been made on that. Probably because it would absolutely ruin the gameplay. There's a lot of retooling they'd have to do in the game in order to make a lot of enemies actually do stuff against flying units. Which is also kind of curious. I don't know why they'd never like completely exclude it. I think a lot of it is just based on their crappy engine. Regarding the Ruptor Shrapnel, it had insane AoE uses, but it's now a firecracker. It's not. It's still good. When it released, it was broken as shit. Orbital Airburst Shrapnel, of course, is a tad too much, you know. Okay, boosters. A few of them are just too useful to ignore. Okay. Agreed, but we don't want to nerf them. The one guy was insinuating just putting them into the base kit, which I disagree with. I'd say localized confusion can be changed to 50% increased time for enemies calling reinforcements, lowering the reaction time needed to kill that small bug bot. Ready to niche. Okay. Tune system soon. Games having built-in clan/guild support is very unlikely. That takes a lot of work for very little repay for stuff that people generally do outside of the game, like Discord. Can you give us a bonus for staying in proximity to other Helldivers? We don't want to use artificial means, but we have talked about it. Yep. So you can hard mechanic that by forcing people to stick together. When everyone else is dead and you're spectating a less man Dark Tide, it's tense. When the same thing happens to AG2, you're checking your watch and wondering what's taking the guy so long to punch in the reinforce. And you don't care if he dies because the game will auto-reinforce the team anyway. Yes, team wipe should be a bigger deal than it is. Any ideas to make it so? What do you guys think of team wipe redeploying squad at the last completed objective or insertion point, whichever is more recent? Also need to board the airplane. It's great talking to you all again. I mean, if you want to make team wipes more impactful, you drop basically the timer down to everyone gets a last life. You drop the 0 reinforcements to do the same thing. If it's a full team wipe. You can just also make people lose. This option is just if there's no one to reinforce, there is an auto reinforce. Everyone's presumed dead and the destroyers leave. There's plenty of ways that you could balance this if you wanted to. Your everyday pelts, you didn't want to hire me. You didn't want to fucking hire me. We would have had this shit finished months ago before the team got burned out. They would have still been fresh. I would have armored them up all against Reddit. They wouldn't have needed... Frederick wouldn't have needed to step out into the limelight and say, get good. I'd tell them to get good. And then they'd all rage at me. Which I have been doing, by the way. Anyways. Let's see. So, most of everything there we already saw. Why don't you just contact them and show them to get your stuff? They 100% watch streams, and I've been a big streamer in the community. We've had a lot of really weird coincidences, both between stuff that from my stream would pop up in the game, i.e. stuff that they developed after we talked about it, as well as things just weird shit just happening in my stream. And it happened a lot. It's one of the reasons that I actually made the BetterDivers guide. It felt like something happened like 4 months ago or something. I swear to God. Where things just went wonky. I think it was maybe slightly before the Sony controversy. I must have pissed off someone at their company. But a lot of the stuff, if you guys aren't getting that, a lot of the stuff that we actually talked about here is one of the reasons I made the Better Divers guide, and we talked about all this stuff, by the way, prior to dating. Almost all the stuff on here has been talked about on my stream prior to it popping up on the Better Divers guide. I only made this in July, but I have been playing the game since launch in February. And basically all the stuff we talked about throughout it multiple times, and I just stopped doing that because other people had also copied on other people's streams and find its way into it leg its way to Reddit. And then someone get a 17,000 upvoted post, which then I have to prove I talked about first, out of nowhere. That's very unique and interesting. Gun differentiation being one of them. Yeah, gun differentiation, laser weak spots. What was the other one? There's two other ones. I can't think of them off the top of my head. But yeah, they just got legs from my stream and then showed up 12 hours later on the Reddits. Yeah, they definitely know. They 100% know about my stream. I've tweeted at them. I've posted. I've vigorously talked about my Better Divers guide on the Reddits. We've got angry mods that, well, they aren't angry, but rather they took down my Better Divers guide from the Reddits. Yeah, because I was self-advertising. Meanwhile, someone else threw up theirs, which a direct link to their YouTube, with a direct link to their YouTube on the fucking spreadsheet. And all it was just like a bunch of random tweaks to guns that didn't even match like their, like what you'd expect the guns to do. It was just like random shit. That was up. So they know. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'd said something wrong like 4 months ago or something. I remember it. It was like we're talking. I think when it was going on, we were doing like it was some sort of conversation about patriotism and kind of what it means, and I talked about how they had conscription in Sweden, and I think I mentioned that I thought the developers didn't hate the army because it seemed like they're kind of like military, I don't want to say military nuts, but rather aficionados, like they're people that are interested in military tech, and for some strange reason, I swear to God, it was like a turning point in my stream. Yeah, I don't know, it was fucking weird. Because a lot of games... it was around the time of... Was Pride Month is June? When was Pride Month? It was before it. That's June. Yeah, so... May? Yeah, I think it was in May. Where I mentioned that I was actually kind of... There's a lot of companies in the US just like, it's popular just to shit on anything right-leaning, right? And I was like, it's kind of nice when a company isn't just straight up just trying to shit on. I understand the undertones, by the way, of Helldivers being like Starship Troopers and hating imperialism and fascism and, dictatorships and whatever, right? And having like a strong military culture, but at the same time, it's not really like, it's making fun of it, but it's not making fun of it to the point where you have to hate the game because you're playing as like, an imperialistic empire, right? It's not the way it goes. So... Because Helldivers, there is when the game first came out, guys, in Helldivers 2, there was a lot of people in the community that there's not a lot. There are posts that were making out to seem like you had to hate the game. You had to hate the game because of what it stood for, right? And like when you play it, it has to be this like solemn experience where you're reflecting on what's happening in modern day military and in the U.S. and whatever. And it's just people can just play games and have fun, right? It's like the end game case. You can play games and have fun. But a lot of people like take things way too far in the U.S. now, where it has to be, you have to follow like this mantra, or it's almost like a cult like following either left or right, far left or right. You have to follow like the mantra of your cult. You can't express yourself outside of it, and you have to do certain things. It's very like what is the new game that just came out? Like extreme ends of the spectrum. What is it, like not Deadfall? Redfall? Is it Redfall? Like it's so far left leaning. No, not Redfall. Maybe it is Redfall? No. What's the game that just came out? Concord? No. Concord is very left-leaning, but that's not it. Star Wars Outlaws also bad, but that's also not it. That's bad for a lot of reasons. That's just a bad game. Putting aside the political agenda on it, it's just a bad game. Like, I am pretty certain, guys, that I was watching someone play it, and they're talking about how the facial expressions don't match the voice. I'm pretty sure if you look at the art for the original trailers, the main character, looked different. She looked very masculine, but she didn't look as bad as she did. She looks like a Neanderthal now. They literally made the character look like a Neanderthal. And I'm pretty sure at some point, like Lyric, if you ever watch Lyric with the fucking, like, customizer for characters, you know, it makes them look like the most janky fucking shit you possibly can imagine based on how far you can push the character customizer. That feels like what they did with her. And I think they actually broke the facial animations for the speech when they were adjusting the character. Because it's definitely different. The before and after is different when you look at like the previews before the game launch. The character looks very, very different. Well, not very different. It looks a lot different. Which is it? Dustborn. It's Dustborn. There we go. Dustborn. Yeah, like it's gone so far to the left that even people on the left can't even understand Dustborn. They can't even understand like it seems so detached from reality that they can't even understand like the direction they're coming from. It just went way out in the field. There's people legitimately saying that it is a psyop or not a psyop, a false flag, meaning people on the right made the game to make fun of people on the left, and it actually comes across as parody. But if you actually look at some of the development commentary for it, like they actually believe everything they're saying. It's just people are now starting to realize with context and objectivity how silly that looks when you put it into perspective. To putting aside the fact that far right is the same way, they're also fucking silly as shit. But like people just like for a while just thought like far left wasn't like this crazy kind of nut jobs like the far right, and they are. They're both far ends of the spectrum are just insane. They're just fucking ludicrous. I can't even begin to like. It's good that people are starting to recover from it, but everyone, it's seemingly if you're against it, you're now just branded as being extremely right leaning, right, and being a bigot. And I don't hate fucking anyone. You can do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not harming other people or trying to step on my D. You can do what you want, right? I'm a big fan of people just being able to control their lives. But either way, getting completely off topic here. It was a weird conversation. I still remember it was a really weird conversation. We're bullshitting this prior to me making the BetterDivers guide. We're bullshitting and shit. And I think I just pissed in someone's Cheerios and I didn't realize it. Somehow I pissed in someone's Cheerios, and that was pretty much the end of it. But yeah, it's fucking weird how pretty much everything on this list is now coming to fruition in kind of like a more crude form. And it seems like an awful lot like they're trying to encourage the community to basically come to the same conclusions I am. We saw Shams, which is the new CEO, make a post on burning endgame resources literally a week after I put it onto the BetterDivers guide. Not even a week, like 5 days after I put it on the 4 days after I put it on the BetterDivers guide. This guy right down here. Legit 4 days afterwards. Yeah, I don't understand. It seems like I maybe I pissed in some big streamer or not big developers Cheerios. Maybe I pissed on Pilsen. I didn't know. I don't know. It felt like I was even joking about getting a job there for a while. That's actually a thing. Yeah. Now it seems like that was a while ago. Right here, number 45. Like legit after I put this on the BetterDive. No, was it 45? Either this or the mech customizer after I introduced that, or popped up. I think it was this one. It was after burning resources. It popped up on the Reddits after I added it to the BetterDivers guide. Either that or it was after I added the mech customizer. Which, by the way, no one talked about having a mech lab. I fucking talked about having a mech lab. No one talked about having a mech lab. People would talk about having different, like, mech arms, right? Just to introduce a new mech. Good evening, Danny. Oh my god, he's looking through my trash again. You must have some misses, don't you? You're not finding the right garbage cans? What do I have today? I had some rice and beef. Rice and beef, not teriyaki, with some kombucha? No. It's a Korean gachu sauce. Korean barbecue sauce, or not even barbecue sauce, Korean hot sauce. Pretty good. And then also I had had a whey shake. Lunch, I'm not due for dinner yet. Might have pizza tonight. I'm not exactly sure what I want, maybe fish. But yeah, Craig, it's fucking weird. I'd agree, and you're not actually I don't want to toot my own horn, and I'm not trying to shit you guys, but you're not the only person that's come in here and said the same fucking shit. And one of the reasons I made this, by the way, is because at this point I'm going to put all my ideas in one spot if I actually see there's value in it, which there is. And now, when stuff like this is popping up, we're actually going out of our way to talk about it because it shares very similarities to what's going on here, right? And just, I don't know, it could actually be that I think I just pissed on someone and I didn't know I did it, and that was the end of it, so I'm not sure. Yeah. There's a lot going on here. My take, by the way, on video game development is there isn't always a silver bullet for a lot of things. There's a lot of different ways of doing the same thing, too. And just because I suggested it on here doesn't mean it needs to be done. And some ideas on here can be hit or miss, too. Like, some are better than other ideas, some are more generic than other ideas, and I also have some very in-depth ideas also on here as well. It's kind of a brainstorming... trying to make the game just straight up better. So, like, I wouldn't have even made this or even attempted to do this if I didn't think Helldivers 2 was a better game. Most people, like most other streamers, will just talk about stuff that already comes out. They'll talk about patches and maybe like little tweaks to it, or maybe they will talk about like tier lists and shit like that. This is a completely different ballpark. This is like basically building stuff from scratch. They aren't doing that for the most part, or when they do it, they're really bad. Like if you heard about Shroud said Wukong's gonna be game of the year, and then he's talking about how Deadlock is literally just the end-all be-all of video games. It's just purely based on hype. A lot of streamers do that, by the way. They'll base their opinions and directional based on the group consensus, the Twitter consensus, more or less. So how hyped the game is, how much people are enjoying it or talking about it. And in the case of Deadlock, I'd say there's a lot of stigma there, basically because it's Valve. And Valve is, like I said, if you remove Valve from Deadlock, would you think the game would be as big as it is right now? Like, just a random game that just came out of nowhere. No Valve. No Valve at all. Do you think people would actually really enjoy it? It reminds me a lot of Paragon, and I think Paragon did a better job, so... But yeah, I really, really fucking enjoy video game development. I always have. And it's one of the reasons I actually want to make my own video game, which if you've been in my stream a while, you probably occasionally hear me talk about it, unrelated to Helldivers 2. And then that's one of the reasons I started streaming, was originally to make contacts and basically get a foothold in the industry, which never fucking happened 10 years later, 12 years later. Bad publicity is better than no publicity, sure, but you should always probably try to get, good publicity, right? Let's see. Pulse acknowledges burnout. Yep. This is a problem going forward, though. The catch-up time base took 8 years of development to get released, which also, by the way, we've talked a little bit about. We never added the entry for a different game engine, but it's awfully starting to look like they're hampered by the fact that they're on ancient, outdated, now no longer supported by the company that went out of business game engine. And it is very much hampering their ability to develop their game, and they really, really should start looking at cutting their losses because they have so much money. And consider transferring it to a new engine. Once launched, their time split between fixing existing bugs, issues, and the amount of bugs that they're encountering just by doing stuff in the game, and adding in fresh content to keep players interested. The rate of new bugs, issues being introduced by the update, as well as the rate of play. Players reaching endgame with no carrots to chase, to both outpacing the dev team's ability to fix other bugs or add quality content, so they caught in death spiral, unable to accomplish either and only exacerbating the problem. 8 years of developing numerous and unintended bugs post-launch. The team is getting burned out. I'm not getting burned out. Speak for yourself, Pills. I'm not burned out. You're just fucking game just started. There's so much. I swear to God, whenever you start mentioning potential, guys, whenever you start mentioning a game has potential, that usually means there's already a fucking nail in the coffin. Every single time you mention there's potential, every single game where you talk about there being a game that has potential, it usually means it's not living up to the potential, and there's someone just sitting there fucking putting nails in that coffin, just sitting there hammering on it, literally with every single one. Helldivers 2 has a shitload of potential. So did PlanetSide 2. I was a big part of PlanetSide 2, as you guys know, over a decade ago. And they hired a different content creator in the community to be a creative director, which was Rel. And he was great at making videos. He was fantastic. He was much better at me than making videos because I don't make YouTube content. Much better than that. But his was all reactionary talking about basically stuff that interests into the game, much like I just talked about right now, where they talk about other streamers that will talk about patch notes, and they'll maybe make a little tweak to it or suggest a little tweak to it, and then they'll make a tier list or something, and this is better than that. But at the end of the day, they don't really come up with basically innovative solutions or different ways of doing things outside of what is just basically reactionary content. It's not the same. And, you know, there you go. Rel's Hour, PlanetSide 2 surely took off after he went and he was holding the reins, so. PlanetSide 2 had a shitload of potential. PlanetSide 2 still has a shitload of potential, but there's no way that they're actually going to be able to make a PlanetSide 3 with the same kind of zest that they made in PlanetSide 2, because Sony was supporting them. It used to be Sony Online Interactive, right? Sony was supporting them. Much in the same way Sony is currently supporting Helldivers 2. and they're tied to Sony. It's fucking weird, just spinning the wheel, guys, going full circle here. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, it just, Helldivers 2 has a shitload of potential, and it's actually kind of weird that the developers are throwing in the towel at this point. There has to be a lot of, not controversy, conflicting opinions internally on where they actually want to go with the game. Even if the social media is shitty, you have to realize, once again, it's why I suggested that they should actually be getting intel or feedback. They should be getting feedback internally in the game. I feel as though social media, especially Reddit, is a very different place than what it is in game. I feel as though a lot of people that aren't even, like, if you could actually pull analytics with people giving you reports in the game, like people like this, or not like this, but people down below that are actually, you could tie the amount of hours they've played and what difficulty they're playing at, and kind of successful missions to what they're saying, you probably end up with a very, very different picture between what people are saying and the enjoyment they're having in the game versus what's finding on Reddit. Reddit, after the Sony controversy, became this fucking cesspit of whiners. And once again, I'm not just saying that to suck dick. Like, this is one of the very few games, I mean, in terms of like how skewed the player base is, it feels a lot like Dead by Daylight, where you just have whining survivors just constantly complaining about killers in Dead by Daylight, that is. In this case, you have just people constantly complaining about enemies, even though they could turn down the difficulty, they choose to do it. And we even addressed this and talked about this, which was where we added MMR. Suggestion for MMR, which might not be a silver bullet, but it's an option, which is you can't play higher than you can perform at, meaning you can't play higher difficulties if you're unable to perform at lower difficulties. Yeah, which is fucking hilarious that this is even considered for a PvE game. But it's a way of stopping people. I guess we have to save people from themselves. Yeah. I don't know. But kind of weird that they're suffering burnout, because the game itself, like, it launched at 440k, and you have to understand there's a lot of people that were interested in when it launched, very, very much interested. And then people started learning how the bells and whistles worked in the background. They realized there's a GM. They realized that the game was rigged all along. No shit, it was rigged all along. It's a fucking game. You just expect to win, and then the game's over? Like, what do you expect? Like, the weird thing is, like, there was a separation between, like, what people thought in terms of illusion of the game itself and what they're playing, and then the realization of what it actually is happening, but then they didn't put into context that they're still playing a game, right? That at the end of the day, there has to be a game that they're playing, and it, you know, like, it has mechanics that it has to abide by. It is really, really weird. Like, people didn't, like, take it a step further from, it's this doesn't seem right, something's kind of weird's going on here, to, maybe charters have to be difficult because they're a mini-boss, and you can't just walk all over them all the time because they make everything super easy. Like, they went from here to here, but they haven't went to here yet, and there's, for some, I think they don't want to go to here because then they realize that all things they're talking about right here that they feel vehemently about is just kind of wrong. I don't know. And like, that's why I suggested one of the things we talked about is challenge progression, which is just making the game much, much more difficult. Not that you have to play it, but you can play it, is the go-to. Oh, I even added one for customizable difficulty, so you can even choose how to progress the game and make it more difficult for yourself. Yeah. Challenge progression. To get kids away from each other, so they aren't, people that are playing a Diff 8 don't think they're playing Diff 9 or 10. my god. I do. I really, really enjoy video game development. Like I said, I think I pissed in someone's Cheerios months ago. I don't know who I did. And I don't know why. But that was pretty much it. After 8... Oh. I think this is one that this article I was actually going to look at. Yeah, this is the one. This is the article I was going to look at. Apparently it's already on Reddit. Apparently... Arrowhead's team is tired from a long development. This is actually what I want to look at tonight, not the QA, but this is actually it.
Helldivers 2's creative director has responded to players, agreeing that the shooter has unfortunately become less about a fun, chaotic, challenging, emergent experience, and more about competitiveness.
I don't agree with.
Just recently, a Helldivers 2 subreddit post showed what appeared to be automaton lasers being slowed down by bushes.
Yep.
Yes, you read that right. The local fauna can actually slow down laser beams while they're in midair.
Which is a bug.
Helldivers 2 creative director Johan Pilstead responded to the video in a lengthy message, thanking the player for their feedback. I 100% agree with Tech Debt. It is a constant challenge for the engineers, where we have to choose between working on long-standing issues or new features. Which is where we fail to deliver new content at the appropriate quality, Pilstead added in the message. The director also wrote that Arrowhead's team is tired from a long development that's been challenging for everyone. Pilstead also explains that, with the systematic approach to game design, it now takes longer to onboard new engineers at Arrowhead. What with roughly 200 systems that
Probably
need to
because their
constantly
shitty old
interact
engine.
with one another in-game. Mistakes happen as some who wrote the original systems are no longer with the studio, meaning nuances can bite us in the behind, the director writes.
So, parallels to PlanetSide 2 here, guys, which in PlanetSide 2, they ended up with an engine that is very much tailored to the game that they made, but almost no one left working at Daybreak Games actually knows what the fuck's going on in the engine anymore. They're almost in the same scenario here, not really, but the Forge Light engine that was made for PlanetSide 2 was specifically made for that game. They made their own engine for MMO FPS because it was so massive, right? There's no other engine at the time that could do it. In the case of Helldivers 2, they took the Stingray engine from a different company that basically made CAD software, and they used it, which it was a Swedish company too that went out of business. Obviously a little bit of patriotism going on there, but they took an engine, you know, obviously probably has some really good benefits, which is there's no licensing fees because the company's debunked, and they made it their own. And then they worked on it for Helldivers 1, and then they used it for Helldivers 2. But it is a defunct old engine from a company that wasn't really trying to make a game engine in the first place. And you have things like Unreal 5 that not only is up to date and a very, very good candidate, and I'm not saying that because I'm sucking Epic's dick, but because they make Fortnite and they care about their engine and the game itself. We talked about this a couple different times. Epic will outlive Arrowhead. Almost assuredly, Epic and the Unreal Engine will outlive this game and this game company. And that's something you can't, the amount of long-term support that you can look at isn't something that you can really say traditionally with the Stingray engine that they're currently using for Helldivers 2. It is, you could 100% make a case for the fact that they have to take care of this antiquated, ancient piece of technology that people that they onboard have no idea how to use and will have to learn how to use it when they're probably all familiar with the UE4 and UE5 engine, because it is industry standard. And it is pretty clear that like it's a design decision. We talked about this a couple different times when we were discussing the engine itself and the implications of it. I understand there's no small feat in changing game engines, but if this is already a problem in 3 years from now, when you assumedly this is going to be a live service game supported for at least 6 years or something like that, in 3 years from now, where are they going to be trying to stack their band-aids on top of each other, right? They're making their lattice of band-aids already, and it's going to get worse because there's no game company, there's no entity controlling the engine trying to make it better. And there are some benefits. Usually when people pick like kind of crappy engines, they pick Unity. As it turns out, they picked the Unity engine because it used to have really good terms for development, for licensing. Now not so much, and then there's a lot of downsides using Unity, but that used to be the go-to for indie developers. That being said, Unreal Engine is very, very, very good terms. think it's 5% of sales, which is insane considering what the engine is and how much Epic could probably help their company not only transition, but also with anything that they actually have customized requests. Custom trained AI, I mean, so AI is trained on data sets, which is trained on stuff that already exists. So AI for the Stingray engine is going to be inferior to AI for the Unreal Engine based on the amount of online support. It's the same way with people. You're training, will it work? Probably, but you're also talking about something that is based on stuff that already exists. People learn, just like with AI. AI shares very much parallels to people, as the name implies. AI learns from data sets and stuff that exists, pre-existing content. When you have an ancient engine that has almost no existing content online versus the repository of all Unreal Engine and assets, you can imagine how much more powerful this would be on the right side here. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know what direction you're looking at that from, but it might actually make it easier to even transition to the Unreal Engine in the first place, right? So, I don't know, like, this is why we talked about this a couple different times. It's only going to get worse the longer that they hang on to their Stingray engine, and I understand it's a massive undertaking, but I bet every single fucking programmer in the game industry almost every single programmer in the game industry is familiar with the Unreal Engine, where almost none of them are going to be familiar with the Stingray engine, if any, because they probably already hoovered up the talent in Sweden. So they're looking at people from across the seas who probably never have touched the Stingray engine because they don't they don't work with an ancient piece of technology that no one uses. It basically didn't, leave Sweden. So, like, they're just making things worse. It's just making things worse because they want to hang on to the Stingray engine. But at the same time, they would have to take a pretty big break from making content or hire a bunch of people to start transitioning it to the new engine, which, I mean, they could also do that, too. They have a shitload of money. Arrowhead is not hard up for cash after they sold the game. 440,000 copies, guys, at $40 a piece. That's a lot of fucking money. That is a lot of goddamn money. Even though Sony probably took a big meaty chunk of it, Arrowhead is not short for cash for an indie studio in any way, shape, or form. Their banks are flushed. They have an opportunity to do a lot of things while they're burning their budget right now, a lot of things they can actually do right now, and they're choosing basically not to do them. Also can draw parallels to other games with a lot of potential. The Division was also another Swedish company, and they just kept doing what they did when they launched, and it wasn't enough, and then they just didn't care about the things that actually mattered, which also ruined the game. Yeah. The AI might make the transition easier, it might. But like I said, it's kind of weird how this is turning into a compound problem, which we're actually always I'm gonna keep addressing this because it, like I talked about when this happened, which I guess I never really put it on the BetterDivers. This kept getting bumped down from like 2 months ago. I never really added an entry here for an engine port, but this is going to be an issue, and it's going to keep being an issue, and it's going to keep biting them in the ass, which is one of the reasons I suggested in the first place. I understand it's not a small undertaking, but yeah, and if they want to grow, it's going to make it even worse. They want long-term support, it's going to make it even worse. They're already talking about how people left that worked on the original game and they worked on the game at the beginning. That's a problem. That's a fucking problem. Because that means the talent, just like with PlanetSide 2, that originally designed the engine, that knows the intricacies of what's going on, no longer is there. You think there's still people working on fucking the Unreal Engine that existed at Epic since like time began? Probably they're still there, or the people that replaced them were properly trained to know everything about the engine. The Unreal Engine, they made the fifth iteration of it, is no shortcomings. Like there's plenty of people there that are literally willing to work on it, right? And have worked on it, and like literally experts in the topic matter. Where here they're literally discovering what happens when you lose talent that actually has a very unique working set of knowledge that they have to now refigure out and train people on that are now coming in.
We are improving this. But as you can see, this combined with the demands on the team from the appreciation that the game has found as well as our ambition level is straining us, Pilstead explains. Adding that Arrowhead needs to do better with its quality assurance process.
I don't understand how they don't have 4 Swedish guys that are like teenagers paid minimum wage to QA their game. It's kind of the takeaway here. They should literally have a QA team that tests for bugs and then they have to be good at games too. And test difficulty. It would not be hard to find Swedish guys that want to play. Do people in Sweden like video games? Is this the takeaway, Pills? Do people over there actually like video games? Because you could 100% find some Vikings that want to play fucking video games in a sweaty little room for minimum wage. I assure you they exist in every fucking culture. So how they don't have a four-person QA team that bug hunts on particular issues in their spare time as well as testing difficulty, I don't know. But apparently that is kind of the case over there. We've talked about that a couple times too. It is kind of weird. Like, I don't think that would break the bank to have 4 guys literally hell diving with each other and doing random QA testing.
The key issue that I see is the delta from launch, where the game was about having a fun, chaotic, challenging emergent experience with like-minded players, has been eroded through a shift in focus to challenge and competitiveness without considering the more playful experience, Helldivers 2's creative director writes, before thanking the player again for their feedback.
So, it sounds like he's referring to me, guys. I am in the fucking extreme minority of people on Reddit, and I guarantee you most of the people there are not trying to be competitive and sweating. Most of the people there want to make things easier. It's kind of a weird take because it feels like he's directly addressing me, but I'm definitely not in control of the wheel right now, and it seems like the majority of the people on the Reddits are definitely not interested in what I'm suggesting at all. So, I'm interested in a chaotic, fun experience, but that usually means that fucking people are gonna die, right? So it's kind of weird how you talk about competitiveness and challenge, and then you also talk about challenge over here that's fun and quirky and interactive, and they don't coincide with each other. They 100% do. It's just people have to realize, Reddit has to realize that when this happens, people are going to die. You're going to have, it's going to be horrible sometimes. That's just the way it goes. Helldivers 2, guys, when it launched, was insane. It was absolutely ludicrous. Like, just, you lose missions just all the time because people had no idea what was going on. They had no idea what was going on in the game. They had no idea what's happening, and stuff was actually powerful. The game used to be very difficult, and there weren't a lot of options for what was going on around you. Nowadays, that's not the case at all. It's gotten much, much easier. The 3 things, guys, if you want to look at for how easy the game has become, and I am very confident that you can't disprove this, the 3 things that will almost always hold true is at the end of the mission, the number of reinforcements left, so how many lives you have left, the amount of time left, and the amount of map clear. These are all directly related to each other, and as if you've noticed since the game began on the hardest difficulty, the amount of time left over, the amount of reinforcements left over, and the amount of mission clear has all went up. They've all went up. They've all in hand. As it turns out, when you're out of lives, you have to make decisions between completing the map and extracting, right? And the amount of time that you have left usually will run to 0 when these are all being strained. It's not the case anymore. There's a lot of cases where you're extracting with 3, even with diff 10, it seems like there's a lot of people that aren't having problems. And the consistency of difficulty at the max level is very all over the place. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It's been that way for a while. But yeah, like, I don't really get this. I want the game to be fun and quirky and interactive, but for a lot of people directly correlate fun with win. And we talked about this before, therefore, that's why they ask for balance. A lot of people are often very, very simplistic, which they'll share like one really, really basic correlation, which is, I have fun when I win, therefore I need to win to have fun, therefore things that stop me from winning should go away so I can win more to have more fun. But they don't realize that you actually have to have challenge in here too, because if you don't have challenge, you're not really going to find it fun. If the game is boring and easy, it's no longer going to be fun or challenging for that matter. And obviously you can have too much challenge, but as it turns out, you can just turn down the difficulty. But for some people, they can't, which goes back to having MMR in the game, as it turns out. There's a lot of people that legit can't just turn down the difficulty to have more fun. And they have to play on the hardest difficulty, and then they get angry about something that they're completely in control of, right? Even though it's weird. It's like this weird codependent relationship between 2 lovers where they've trained Arrowhead to kind of be the predators and vice versa. I don't even know which direction it goes. But they're directly linked to each other, where the community, like especially Reddit, it seems like with Reddit users, they're entitled to play on the hardest difficulty even though they can't perform on it, and then they just go to Reddit and complain about it when they can't actually play it and do well. Putting aside the consistency of difficulty, which I don't think should be addressed in the future. It should be addressed in the future, which is missions can swing extremely heavily between easy and actually hard, and I don't understand it. I still don't understand it. It's one of the reasons we aren't playing it right now. Like this Star Wars game, it takes 10-year-olds. AMD, everyone's playing it. Simple gameplay. What? I don't actually know what you're talking about, Smokey. But I don't know. Like Reddit, this is kind of a weird experience where I think it almost feels like he's directly addressing me. And I'm not against the game actually being fun and challenging at all, and an emergent experience. I agree with that. We talked about basically emergent being like things just change, right? Emergent experience where you're developing, stuff on. That's not what Reddit wants, though. Reddit doesn't want a fun, challenging, quirky, emergent experience. They want easy mode. And the weird thing is, it feels competitiveness. There's no one on Reddit that's competitive with each other. They aren't. They're all singing the same song of Unity, which is easy mode. So I don't know where the competitiveness comes from. I mean, I did mention challenge progression. That's on the BetterDivers guide. That's not the way the game works right now, and that's also not the way Reddit is. So I'm not exactly sure who he's addressing with. It would have been a great idea for the game. I'm not exactly who he's addressing with competitiveness here, but it's not Reddit, and it's not the way the game is. So, like, maybe I pissed in Pilt's Cheerios. Maybe I just pissed in his beard. I think he has a beard. Maybe I pissed in his beard one day. I'm not exactly sure, but like the only person that actually wants things to be kind of sweaty and competitive is me. Well, I'm one of the people. You can find them in other games too, like where we have a challenging experience and there's people at the end that actually talk about how it was fun, right? But most of the people on Reddit just want easy mode. The new games, gameplay for newer games is like that for kids. Easy mode, it's like what you're saying. Oh yeah, where like the Erd Tree came out, so the new expansion pack for Dark Souls and for Elden Ring, and people were complaining about being too hard. Put aside the fact that they actually got past it. When Meridia came out, there's legit people complaining for the first couple days on how they couldn't actually complete the mission because it was too difficult. Putting aside there's some bugs with the bug hole spawns. Putting that aside, like I completed in the third try, and I'm playing with randos. I've played with randos for months, so it's not like I have this special SEAL Team 6 going on, and it's entirely possible. They just complain. They always just complain. They just go to Reddit and complain. Or they said that they didn't balance it or play test it, and there's no way this is actually proper. It's not working properly, and yeah, it's the first knee-jerk reaction is to complain. Like if you have a question, guys, about a game and you don't know where to go with it, try looking at Twitter, or not Twitter, at Twitch. Try looking at what a streamer's doing on Twitch, and you'll probably see where things are going on. It's very, like in the Helldivers community, there's a lot of people that were streaming it that are doing things successfully. There's people on Reddit that, like the one guy in the QA that was complaining about too many chargers on diff 6. Is that a problem on diff 10? Do you think they reduced the number of chargers on diff 10? No, it's just people know how to deal with them along the way to diff 10, and that's why they aren't an issue. So then you should be looking at what am I doing on diff 6 that isn't working out, or what are other people doing that isn't working out? People don't want to do that, though. They just want to play on diff 10 and feel like they're also one of the people playing on diff 10 without fixing the problem, which is that they can't kill the charger in the first place, right? And they just run rampant. There's a bunch of chargers running around diff 6 because you didn't kill them, as it turns out. There's just too many because you didn't kill them. Putting aside weird, quirky bugs that occasionally can happen, is most likely in the hands of the community. They don't want to do that, right? Anyways, Pilts, I'm not fucking tired of this game. I can deal with this shit all day. It's not really like the problem I don't have right now with Helldivers is not the community. These guys can whine and bitch all they want, but if you guys don't want to make a challenging game, I'm not interested in playing. And like I'm not here to play fucking Vermintide or Darktide or COD Zombies. Is not why I started playing Helldivers. It was like Dark Souls. This game was hard. It was like fucking Dark Souls. Now they just want to make it COD Zombies. They want to make it a stat-based progression game, and that's where we're going. There's a lot of options, by the way. Besides making it a stat progression-based game, I have talked about a boatload of them. So there are options here. It's not just stat progression and that's it. And power creep. Let's see. Arrowhead hasn't changed since Magicka. You guys realize that Arrowhead, like relating Arrowhead to Magicka, was not a meme until I started talking about it on my stream. I also talked about this. Whenever you see something going on with the developers being kind of trolly, just think about Magicka. Magicka is a very trolly game. Beyond that, I don't know about the development timeline of Magicka at all. But there's people that are drilling in it way too hard. I just meant that purely based on the fact that the developers like trolling the player base a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's when it becomes an issue, and I don't think there's really any problem with the amount of troll. Sometimes it gets out of control, but in Helldivers 2, where just like weird, quirky shit happens that kills your character, that's a lot like Magicka. That being said, I don't think it usually gets out of control. There's some things that do happen, and I will bitch up a storm about them when they get out of control. But most of that's been hammered down. People just don't want to have not fun by losing. So, introducing the Super Colossus Behemoth Charger. It's someone complaining about weapons that probably won't work in the future, and they don't like power creep happening in their game. They want to always be able to kill it. I don't even need to read that. I know exactly what that is. That is tongue-in-cheek. We should expect more news soon. What's your opinion on the new primary? Deleted. I don't know why that was deleted. Some people have mastered the craft of saying a bunch of things without really saying anything. That is legit, like, high-end. Have you ever heard, like, not to get political here, guys. Trump has a very specific way of talking, which he's like kind of like a sleazy used car salesman that tries to convince you of it. He'll say anything that you want to hear, is basically the way it turns out. He'll say anything that you want to hear, and then he'll reaffirm it through FUD, so fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and then saying he'll make things better, basically reassurance at the same time. It's like, once again, like a weird codependent relationship sort of thing. But most of the time when he's talking about stuff, there is no like metrics. He's not talking about actually accomplishing a very particular thing, besides it just being some sort of vaguety. But Biden, on the other hand, more traditional president, but he obviously has health issues now, and he has had health issues even before the debate earlier this year. And if you were, I voted for Biden, and if you thought otherwise, you were full of shit. That's just the way it is. It's like the right-leaning pundits, or whatever you want to call them, the right-leaning individuals, have been harping on that for a while, where he's like tripping on himself, he's losing his words. You can tell he either has dementia or Alzheimer's, like early onset, and it's not hard to see. So he had to go, and I don't even know why he ran for the first debate. But now we have Kamala, and Kamala literally like tries to copy the way that Trump talks, which is like in vagaries and doesn't really say much of anything, and it's all like buzzwords and fluff, all just like mashed together. But she's worse at it than Trump is. So it's literally like the idea here that people have mastered the art of saying things without really saying anything. It has definitely become a thing. It's like fluff. It is legit fluff. And people actually buy into it. If you involve things like emotions, FUD, and reassurances, they just buy into it. They don't even really seemingly notice that you don't have bullet points in your talking points. your bullet points aren't even there. There aren't any bullet points. I'm not exactly sure what this is related to because it was deleted. But yeah. There's I'd say a lot of higher up jobs in companies are based around that too, where they just say stuff without actually saying stuff. They've probably gotten to the position that they are putting aside connections and money by being able to talk about things without actually talking about them. That escapes, not reassurances. Endgame case, like, oh god, 40? Responsibility. There we go, my word wasn't working. The neurons weren't connecting there. They escape responsibility by saying things that are so vague that you can't actually hold them to it at the end of the day, and then they can also find a way of weaseling around that to make it seem like they said something else. Not everyone's that way, but it's become a more common sort of criteria mindset, I would say. The car salesman. But a nothing burger of a message, yes. So my guess is they said stuff about stuff, but nothing happened, but it's deleted, so we can't tell. What's your opinion on new primary? It sucks. We actually didn't add that to the BetterDivers guide. I had a bunch of things I was planning. Well, not a couple things that would have instantly fixed it. But Airhead, we want our game to be realistic. Players shouldn't have a lot of ammo in the game. Yeah, you can actually be at a loss for ammo. Oh no, the enemies. Oh no. Yeah, like would you rather them actually fire some so I'm actually curious here, putting aside the DC issue that you got community commented for. Do you like good gameplay? Or would you rather have realism? You realize that you're fighting robots that we already have in real life that can instantaneously brain you from like 1,000 meters away. Do you want this to happen to you in game? In game. Do you want this to happen to you in game? So, using your expectation of realism, that one guy would instantly kill you in game from 1,000 meters away with one round. Is that what you want? Yeah, I was going to say real. I just stopped myself. I'm not exactly sure why I said real. But yes. In-game. Like, I mean, that's not what I'm hoping for that guy, but that's also what I was about to say there. Sometimes I do the dyslexia thing and I flippity-flop. It's not always words as, like, topic matter. But I don't think it's also dyslexia. It's like saying the opposite of what you think should happen. I sometimes say that. It's like, I don't think it's dyslexia as much as, what's the condition where you just scream obscenities out loud? What is that called? Like the tick, where you just scream out swear words? It's kind of like that. Yeah. Tourette's. It's like Tourette's. Yeah, like sometimes I'll legit, like, it's fucking weird. So in my mind, by the way, guys, I usually weigh and balance things from multiple angles. Like, I'll look at things from multiple different directions, but it doesn't always work out in my favor, as it turns out. So oftentimes when I'm looking at a subject matter, I'll usually look at things from multiple different angles or opinions or the opposite opinion of what's going on, right? And sometimes if that goes kind of haywire, it's probably some sort of weird fucking mental disorder of some kind. I'm sure they'd be classified as nowadays. But yeah, it's like Tourette's. It's like, so I just say the opposite of something that I'm actually thinking, and not necessarily a Freudian slip, which is what you're referring to. But I don't hate this guy that much, so that's definitely not what I was actually thinking. Using your expectation of realism, that one guy would instantly kill you in-game from 1,000 meters away with one round. Is that what you want? Ultimate ammo efficiency achieved. Yep, this is what happens usually when a host disconnects, or one of the hosts that are in the peer-to-peer mesh disconnects. Yeah, so if we're talking about realism, guys, there are already sniping robots that exist in real life. They have them on the Korean border. If you're curious about that, the northern-southern Korean border, I believe North Korea has them, where they basically have automated robots that will just plug people in the head. Hypothetical situation. Obviously, it doesn't happen to anyone, but those do exist in real life, and that's with modern technology and not 100 years in the future. So yeah, with robots there, a robot would have an aimbot. Guys, aimbots are already a problem in video games. They're only going to get worse. So no, that's not what you want. This guy doesn't want what he thinks he wants. Realism is not a good balancing mechanic. Left instead of right, right instead of left. Yeah, like kind of like that. I don't think I ever mess up left right. I don't think I've ever messed it up. It's just some things I'll mess up, and it's not, once again, usually it's not usually like reading words in a different order like dyslexia. I think it's more like Tourette's, where you just say like the wrong thing. It's more like I just think the wrong thing, or I say the wrong thing when I mean something else. And it's like almost always the opposite of what I planned on saying too. I'm not exactly sure why. I think it's must be related to Tourette's in some way, but it's not usually an issue. Unless I'm talking about the guy that's literally standing outside of a bunker and we're comparing it to real life. Whatever happened to this? Is another quote about guns being overpowered? Interplanetary battle station will commence shortly. Bugs. The community wanted them to stop development and instead work on extremely difficult and hard to lock down niche bugs. This is true. This is 100% true, and we've talked about this before. So where you actually have to weigh and balance what people are working on, and people every single time a patch comes out cite the known issues list, and when is this extremely weird, quirky bug going to get fixed, guys? The game is bad because of it. I'm not playing the game, not because we don't have an interplanetary battle station, but rather because this one bug about scopes, they shoot a little bit low, guys. I don't think we can play the game. Instead of having an interplanetary battle station, I'd rather have my guns fixed so they don't shoot a little bit low. Like, fuck off. Like, people, like, legit, you need someone. Where's Frederick, guys? Why did HR talk to Frederick? Frederick legit needs to tell these people to fuck off. Like, if you're weighing balancing them working on an interplanetary battle station versus making the gun shoot a little bit higher and always hit where you're aiming with the scope, what would you prefer them to work on, guys? Like Jesus Christ. You can't make this shit up. And obviously there's bugs that are actually kind of breaking stuff, but the ones that are really big, they usually fix right away. And it's usually like they got a list of weird niche bugs that they can't nail down. So, hilarious. This is the new major order. I love the Helldivers Reddit, guys, is a hoot. It's a fucking hoot. The hypocrisy, like, it's ever since Dead by Daylight. Bug breaching heavy devastators were not on my bingo card today. I wonder if they added... So I mentioned before, if people had problems with units spawning in, they just changed the spawning mechanic to be dropships, right? So people are complaining about them spawning in broad daylight, and all they have to do is hide it behind a special bug hole or some sort of visual effects. This guy was probably stuck in the ground, though, and he popped out. So sometimes it gets stuck on terrain, and they'll let you pop out of it or wiggle out of it. Weapon is higher after the update. Just saying, Pills, you could have hired me fucking 5-6 months ago. Could have been on the Zoom calls with you guys. I mean, I was anyways while you guys are watching me play the game. But could have been on those Zoom calls with you guys and everything. Nope. Nope. Move the position of the weapon. Like this, if this was not intentional, by the way, guys, they have some really fucking weird bugs with their engine, and once again, going back to talking about how they probably should consider swapping to the UE5 or UE4 engine. Yeah, if you legit are having issues with where the weapons are mounted by changing different things that are completely unrelated to it, something's probably... Your engine is having issues. Like, stuff like this. So, like, we talk about this every time it pops up, like earlier, right? Where I was talking about how it's affecting their employment and development cycle and training cycle for their game and for their company. If you're releasing content and it's legit just somehow ruining where the weapons are mounted on models, like, this is some weird fucking shit. This is some voodoo shit going on here, guys. What is happening? Oh no, Helmir has been taken by the gloom. A meme. Oh, it's good stuff. Tonight, guys, was very bountiful in terms of the BetterDivers Reddit. So, dude, the community, it's just so hypocritical too. Like, they're supposed to be like this elite group of divers, and 3D Vcache save Zen 5. This is QA. We aren't going to take a look at a tube video tonight. I want to see if there's any updates on the 9000 series and the performance issues with it. This is just a QA, which is a podcast. No. Okay. Thought there might be something there, but nope. Alright, guys, we're going to move on to the Wowers. We're going to play the Wowers here tonight, guys. We're on hiatus from Helldivers 2. Possibly after we're done with the Wowers, which is going to take a couple weeks here. We just started on it. It's going to take a couple weeks here. We're probably maybe going to check out maybe Deadlock. I don't know. It really depends on what's going on here. Like I said, this is I don't know what they're doing. I don't think they even know what they're doing. I think they're confused internally. They're at kind of wit's end with each other, and it seems like they don't have an alignment of direction of where the company should be going with things. And it seems like Shams and Pilts, which are basically the people running the company, which can do anything. They can do anything they want. Are trying to turn the game into something like Helldivers 1 and more of a stat-based progression shooter. And I don't think that's not what the game launched as. So I don't know. I don't actually know what they're doing, guys. We'll see. It's like I said, this is a game that we're going to talk about for months. And it became a meme where other people said that 2 years. Other people said that too, but as it turns out, they're also thinking that like the public common rhetoric for Helldivers 2 is just make everything easier. That's it. We had that one post yesterday where people were saying, "Oh, just no, we don't mean that. We mean make things balanced." No, that guy might have, but the extreme majority of people on here just want to make things easier. That's it. That's because this is a PvE game and can be a very frustrating. Hard PvE game. There's plenty of people that just want to make things easier for themselves. Okay, let's move on, guys. Oh, look. Kick changed my directory already. Wow, thanks, Kick, even though we were just chatting in the podcast. I was invading the World of Warcraft directory with my podcast. Yeah, entitlement. And I don't mean that in the classical sort of way of entitlement. They want to be the elite. They want to be the guys playing at the hardest difficulty in the game. They just can't do it. So they try to play... I like to word this way. I can't increase the difficulty to make it more challenging. Diff 10 is the hardest difficulty in the game. I can't make it harder for myself. Everyone playing at Diff 10 can make it easier. There's 9 levels of difficulty, and I guarantee you Diff 1 anyone can fucking do. Your grandma can play Diff... Well, maybe not your grandma. If your grandma was familiar with first-person shooters, she could play Diff 1 and be fine in it. But the community wants to play... Reddit wants to play Diff 10 and refuses to turn it down. I'm playing Diff 10, and I can't turn it up, so where can I go, right? And everyone that's playing the game wants it to be on the hardest difficulty. It's just, they can't. Oh yeah, you have another... Everyone has dead grandmas. Why do they all have dead grandmas? Your mom could. And I know your mom's alive because I was with her last night. She's a wonderful woman. Makes some great after coitus cupcakes, I'll have you know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't tell me your mom's dead now. In-game, in real life. Let's see. Okay, change directories here, guys. We're going to play some WoWs tonight. Chill out. We're just going through. We're going to do some... That's good. Both the Reddit guys. Reddit and chat tonight, great. That's great stuff. Sentinel Solar Empire was a lot of fun too. I enjoyed streaming that. Had a smaller viewership and had some interesting folks. A lot of people don't like watching people play things from play other games though. They just want to watch their particular game. That's why it's so problematic switching between categories and why you're kind of stuck in a category forever. Okay. I need to take out my contacts and wash out my coffee cup here, guys. Why does Anduin look like a ginger? I just still don't get that on the load screen. Why is it a thing? I could actually play this with out headphones too. We're also going to do keys, guys. We have a lot planned. We're going to go through the zones though. We're back in 1 moment. Alrighty, guys. Back to the soap tray. Yep. Love for men. No, it's for women. Actually, I don't scrub that way. Lid. I was actually going to say that if you're into dating, moms are totally where it's at. By the way, I find current dating culture, guys, women or specifically moms, definitely it completely kind of well, for most people, it changes their perspective on life after they spit out a kid. Now, sort of grounds you, I'd say, a little bit, both in terms of expectations and what's going on with life. Very loud rain. Sound mix in this game is pretty messed up. Yeah. And as it turns out, they usually don't hate guys, hence why they had a kid in the first place. And usually have more maternal qualities, which tend to be absent from younger women nowadays. In which they kind of just hate the whole idea of a mom. Which is fucking weird. But here we are. Alright, so we finished up the zone over here, guys. Let's go to the island we were at earlier. We're already over here. This is why you don't go to islands off in the middle of nowhere, because usually you'll go over there with the quest line. But yeah, kind of goes with the territory, as it turns out. You'll probably actually find someone to play games with too, which ends up being their kids. Uh-huh.
Fine day for some tinkering, don't you think? Be safe now.
New dungeon unlocked. New hero talent point available. I guess you're supposed to get all these. Divine Toll. Which is Divine Toll? Divine Toll. 1 minute cooldown. Divine Toll grants up to 100% increased damage up to your next 3 judgments when striking only one enemy. One of my friends when I was in college, by the way, actually, he was dating an older woman who was like 10 years older than her. 10 years older than him? Maybe 12 years older than him. It was a pretty big gap. And he actually said that. He was like, it's actually pretty good because she cooks and I can play games with their kids. It's like, I mean, sure. Fun. Hammer of Light instantly calls down 2 Imperial Hammers on your target when it's cast. Fuck, it's Hammer of Light. Hit heal. What? I must have got something that replaced it. Oh, no. Hammer of Light instantly calls down 2 Imperial Hammers on your target when it's cast. Hammer of Light, hammer down your enemy with powerful light, dealing 4 nearby enemies. Additionally calls down Imperial Hammers from the sky to strike up to 3 nearby enemies for 11k each. 2 hammers on your target, so an extra 22k damage, or I mean, each judgment is worth an insane amount comparably. Gain a stack of Lights of Deliverance when you call down an appearing hammer. Cast Hammer of Light an additional time for free, which will trigger this again. Divine Toll grants up to 100% increased damage to your next 3 judgments, striking only 1 enemy. Oh, this is only if you strike 1, though. This amount is reduced to 20% for each additional target strike. There's a lot of additional damage. Judgments do a lot of damage. But it's only 1. Divine Toll bounces like fucking everything. All right. Yeah, welcome to modern dating in the US, guys. Turn artifacts collected. Grab the shit, pick up the stuff, grab more shit, more stuff. Very rare unless you're doing a boss fight to actually attack one mob. There's another ability that for Avenger Shield that you can whittle down your AoE, but Paladins are totally about AoE, so. Kill the Gorlocks, guys. Formerly known as Murlocs. One more. Like I said, pretty sure we're gonna hit max level in like the first 2 zones, so. A lot more than that.
Oh, didn't see you standing there. Hmm? Oh, yes. Hello. Hello.
Oh, smell you again soon.
But Oh. Didn't need that right away. I think you're just supposed to get all the talents in your little talent tree.
Our enemies will fall. The reckoning is at hand.
Normally with the talent trees, they like throw at the talent tree or completely retool it for an expansion pack. Looks like they kind of went easy mode with this one, with the little in-between talent tree. Back to the Titan Orb. Oh, I guess we RNG'd it. Alright. Bad man. Oh. Well.
Fine day for some tinkering, don't you think?
Yeah. You're getting scannulated and probulated. Alright, so I think this is done. Let's go over to here. You actually just go back to Dorn. Just fucking off. Is there actually something here, or is it Jabati man? Pleasant shell crab. Might be level 80. Cave talk to Freeman Lydia for a crab guiding branch, then go find pearlescent shell crab around the zone.
Tending cycle interrupted.
Pearlescent shell crab. Chase away all 6 crabs, then return to Lita. Okay. It's probably for a toy. No. You have to wait for spawns. Sometimes Blizzard likes doing sneaky shit where it's underground in a cave. I need branch. To do them in 1 through 6 order. Um, you have to go clockwise. Oh. All right. Go find some crabs, guys.
What do you want?
On the rocks above the tree. Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay. Well, there's that. You can see my chat. Oh my god, Lid. Thanks for not snooping. No, you can't. What a nice guy. By the way, you ever try to look for mob, unless Blizzard tries to hide it, you ever look for mob, type /tar and Pearl. There's no way, there's absolutely no way you'd ever see this guy without doing that. So one of the guys that said, I looked at, said that you have to do this in order, which is what we're doing, I guess clockwise. I do like Dragon Riding. I honestly think this probably is the way that, you know, mounts should have always been in the game. There's a lot of weird fucking quirky mounts in the game, so those mounts aren't really even about like creatures that actually do stuff anymore. Sadly. It's not about something that can fly. Some things look like they can fly, other things are just dumb. Well, I actually have... I have a cradle, because it is one of the stupidest looking mounts in the game. Not work. There we go. He knows. He learned from me. He learned. He's not going to credit me. Average Reddit user. WoW is honestly, like, nostalgia aside, there's a reason that we play this for a couple weeks. I'm not going to be a WoW streamer, but very nostalgic, very well designed zones, fucking great music. I do really like the dragon flying too. Above me. There's no fucking way you'd find this shit without either a guide. Like, you'd have to... Not just a guide. Knowing how to target stuff. You're a little crabby. I can legit... Well, I can't die. So I can bubble. I think we're finding, like... We're, like, finding crabs and... Like, cats in trees? What the fuck is this? Alright, one more. I'm not actually exactly sure why you'd ever want to do that. Pump the air brakes. There it is. Now it's here. Done.
Grow closer, Outlander.
Oh. Hannah's locket. Boy, guys, what does it do? Crabs that are clever. I think they're below reptiles in terms of intelligence. I don't understand people that have reptiles as pets. Obviously, you can have pets for cosmetic reasons, like fish, right? But reptiles, like, they barely understand that you're actually feeding them. If you actually want to form a bond with something, like, you kind of want it to actually understand that you're actually feeding it, right? Actually a pretty fast mount. Gonna kill me? This is totally gonna kill me. Didn't. I don't know what exactly the purpose of that is, but boy. Okay. We still have some quests here. I believe this is for professions. I don't really care about professions at all. Professions used to be something you can make money off of. Most professions you can't. They're just a waste of money. Giant fucking gold sink. But guy gonna kill him? Oh, he might be able to kill him. Here, give that to me. Go get him, Mumbles. Go get him, Mumbles. Get him. Get him. There's no way that I could actually kill this guy, by the way, without, we don't want to take aggro here. There's no way I could actually kill this guy on my own, because it's too high level right now. By the way, there was another guy that was fighting up here that I'm pretty sure got booted off and died. Unless they had some sort of slow fall or something. They're dead. Also why I was trying to stay away. Yeah, there are corpses down there somewhere. Any class besides Druid that have built-in flying? No, I think it's just Druid. Evoker can do like a little flight thing as like a disengage, as can Hunters. Other than that, not really.
I speak for the machines.
Track inspected. Parchment found. Yeah, I don't think anyone else can fly. Is there even a class mount? I don't think there is. Like, Paladins have a class charger, as do Warlocks also have a class charger, like a mount specific to them. I don't think they're ever really updated for flying, though, besides that they just work. Memories. Wings for slow falling. Yeah, also Demon Hunters, yeah. They can fly kind of-ish, but not really. They can jump. I mean, warriors can also leap, although it's not really flying.
I'll contemplate what we talked about. On to adventure. Did you find something? Another puzzle to solve?
Reconstructed ledger. Item. Quest? Fuck is this? Kind of rare for there to be quests that don't. Can be destroyed afterwards. Titan emitter. So they didn't clean up the quest? Safe to delete. Normally this stuff is not. Alright, I don't think we're done with the their achievements. Quests. Or within, Isle of Dorn, Earthen Fissures. Major. Oh, maybe we actually have to go do the main storyline. I see. Maybe we actually. I thought this was going to take us to a new zone. It might not actually do that. We just did all the side quests. It used to be very hard to get. It costs a lot of gold, too. I got it when it first came. Well, not came out, but back in vanilla. And it cost 100 gold, which was a shitload back then. 100 or 1,000 is a lot.
I am glad you're back, Adelgon. The Council is needed here in Dornagol more than ever.
It is time we stand as one and strike back against the Nerubians.
Let's get down to business then.
Oh, there we go.
Very good. Adelgon and I will oversee the repairs. This will be no small task.
My directive is to serve you.
I think this is all rep.
And peruse my inventory again.
Okay. Resonance crystals. Add this appearance to your warband collection. 467 cape. I don't plan on rep grinding. All this stuff is very expensive. Very colorful cape. Yeah, like a lot of this stuff is going to take literally forever to get. I don't even know if it's worth keeping points or not. Keeping currency. It's all rep locked, even if we have enough currency. Probably get more currency through doing dungeons later on, too. A lot of stamina.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Yep.
Are you here to chat?
Renown Master. Alright. Back to work. Work. Work harder. No sleep, you're robots.
These repairs will be wasted if we're attacked again. We need to bolster our defenses.
I bid you welcome.
Be vigilant. Meet me outside the Storm Perch. We will rally the Storm Riders and protect the Unbound.
Alright. I don't even know what the Unbound are. Sounds like fun.
Over here.
Is this a quest?
We will fly to the Rookery together. May the Titans guard
Follower Dungeon. Drag this to your action bar. Is this a fucking dungeon? We get dragged into an actual dungeon, guys. It kind of looks that way. It is. We're doing dungeons not today, though. We have to do this? I think we have to do this. Are you kidding me? The main storyline is gated by a dungeon. Challenge may be completed with solo or up to 3 party members. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, it is. The Rookery. This challenge may be completed solo with up to 3 party members. Kidding me? You have to do a dungeon to do the main storyline? Normally they're kind of optional. Did I miss something? Fucking want to do dungeon right now.
Do you require aid?
You for follower dungeon.
May the edict guide you.
This is different? Where we had actual players in the last one, didn't we? We don't. I'll go allow follower to lead the way.
Before us stands the Storm Perch, Outlander.
So these are just...
It is the command center and rookery for all Storm Riders.
These aren't players, these are NPCs.
This is highly irregular. Why are these Storm Rooks tethered here?
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Fuck is this?
Hurry! If we free
Like,
these Storm
easy
Rooks,
dungeons?
we can fly there and try to end this madness.
Outlander, with me.
Do you need my aid?
There's a refreshment table too. Okay. Hey, this is a way of training people for the actual dungeons. Traditionally, guys, like the non-heroic dungeons have been so easy. Well, even heroic dungeons, depending on the expansion pack, are so easy you don't actually need to, like, you can just fuck around and you're still fine. What, am I just supposed to do this like a normal dungeon? Yeah.
Corintite! What are you doing? Stop this!
You guys do like no damage. Yeah, I think this is a way of training players for the actual dungeons.
What is that orb?
What dark magic is this? How dare they defile their own Storm Rooks?
Uh-oh. You're turning, guys.
Gorin, what have you done?
Guess normally...
The title, the glory, it should have been mine, Pilgrim.
Yeah.
You never deserved to be Stormward!
I left Gorin, my second, in charge of the Storm Perch when I left to investigate your Dalaran's crash. What has that traitor allowed to happen in my absence?
Alright. I guess is normally you have to actually clear the stuff. I don't know if you actually have to clear it or not. It's kind of a learning experience in actual dungeons, is actually figuring out how much you can actually clear and how much you're fine just leaving, fucking around. You guys literally do negative damage to me. Ring! I wonder if they do this for all the dungeons. No, this is the first dungeon. There's another dungeon, but we haven't done it all. Lightning Torrent. And you have to wander around, so you definitely have to clear the edge. Interesting. I think this is the first expansion pack where they've had kind of like a starter.
A better rider than Goran.
Is aggroed. Oh my god.
I will deactivate Goran myself for this sacrilege.
I don't even know if you need to clear all the... Depends on that, whether or not it spins or not. How far it spins. Goes around full rotations. Hunter stood in the fire. Of course he did.
The edicts are my
So they
guide.
actually worked on AI for dungeons. Dungeon AI. For party members.
I follow the Council's directives.
How are you supposed to get down there? Like, I can jump and survive. I don't think they're going to be able to survive. And usually if you do that, that doesn't mean it's the right way of doing things. Yeah, I know there's a thing there. What the fuck is... How is this supposed to help me? Is there a lever or something? I can see the platform all I want. That doesn't change how you're supposed to get to the platform. Yeah, what does that mean? Am I just supposed to... Okay, here. Okay, I guess you can survive that? Really channel the power of the storm, crash down on the energized friendly Stormrook to break free of their void bonds. I don't know if I'm actually doing this right. We're supposed to free all of them?
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Gorin on my own.
Come, Outlander. We will press forward and rescue who we can.
Yeah. Very good. I guess I should have done that earlier. Ah, nothing like having a hunter pull constantly.
The edict has been changed by some dark influence. Go, find Volkmar. He will take you to safety.
Yeah. Guess we get to figure out if we can wipe the group or not. Definitely need to put the eye of Tyr on my hotbar. Normally before it wasn't really that big of an ability. Not really something that mattered that much. I guess this is a way of making the dungeons a part of the questing experience.
It is my oath-sworn duty to protect
without it actually being like a real dungeon.
Come then, face me. I will stand proud on the debris of your corpse.
Yeah.
I command this rookery by right.
Bing, bong, bing. He used to introduce you to mechanics for dungeons too, based on mobs along the way too. So like the pull-in abilities that you guys saw, almost all these were introduced to us prior to us even coming in here. They started doing probably after Kata? This is Pandora, maybe? It's a pretty good idea. You can see in other games now too, where they do that, as opposed to just dropping you straight in. Yeah.
The same dark magic that was emanating from the Storm Riders is more powerful here.
Yeah. I can survive that, can you? Oh. I mean, what the fuck was the coiled rope for? Yeah, what the fuck? What? Okay. That's water.
What is that? What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
Uh-oh. Funny, we had a stat squish, guys. We're already back to huge numbers again. And BFA was a stat squish? Shadowlands. I think it was BFA.
Take out the creatures channeling on that core.
Okay. Not sure what that was about. Oh my god. Dungeons are mind-numbing, guys. Well, I didn't really want to do one right now. Save our cooldowns.
No matter. Let's destroy it.
All right.
Agreed.
So these are different than normal dungeons. I swear it's a normal dungeon based on the grouping we got. Grouping's just NPCs. Follower dungeon. Alright. Didn't get loot though. Where's my loot from the dungeon, man?
Let us return to the council. I must report to them.
Yeah. Go out this way. The follower dungeon doesn't have... Like, you think they would give you, like, greens or something of the same loot, right? Because they could. They 100% could do that. They just don't. Guess we're done. Yeah. Yep. So I thought that was an actual dungeon. It's not.
I've tracked the Nerubians to a burrow near the meadery. They must be after the Cinder Brew.
And without the Storm Riders...
You address the Council Ward of Dornagal.
Conversation initiated.
What's the plan?
I have work to do. They want the Cinder Brew?
Right.
I propose we let them have it.
If you do the quest
And
for it,
then
I believe you get the
ignite it.
drops. Oh, like you actually you like do the queue for the actual dungeon itself?
That will reduce my meadery to rubble.
I will see to its repair, Wenbrand. You have my word.
Fine. But if my stock is involved, then so am I.
Excellent. Then we are aligned.
I think this was the new shield from the trade posts. Very classic looking. Thanks for the likes, guys. Appreciate it.
On your signal,
Oh yeah, we just finished that one.
Lure the Nerubians to the meadery.
Yeah, that's what we just did.
And we will prepare a welcome for our
Those were NPCs.
guests.
That didn't have any loot though. But it was also the quest, so I don't know whether or not maybe this is a weird one or something. Meadery. Yeah. This is just taking us through all the dungeons. So they did this as, I'm pretty sure, as a way to introduce players to dungeons, so there isn't as much angst. I don't think it really matters that much though. They did a pretty good job of already introducing you to dungeons even before you do that, and like just normal dungeons are pretty face rolly. Even heroics, once again, depending on which expansion pack you're talking about, are pretty easy, assuming you have gear at the higher levels. I play Space Marine 2. I actually kind of think about playing it after we're done with WoW. So WoW's going to take a couple weeks, and then maybe we'll do Space Marine 2. Give Helldivers 2 some time to figure out what it wants to do with itself. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not playing it because I hate Helldivers 2 or something. It just looked like a cool game. We played the last Space Marine on stream, like 10 years ago. It was wild.
What is your query?
40k too.
Speak freely. Are you sure this will work, Baelgrim?
It will. It has to.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't think it, like, gating the normal level dungeons, I don't even think that's a problem. Like, introducing players to mechanics and how the bosses work prior to them actually having a difficult time, I think they actually have a pretty good handle on it nowadays. Like, who are you getting the gear from, right? Like, basic stuff you can probably get through quest rewards or fighting rare mobs. Not really that big of a deal. Back fuse to kegs? Let's see. Planning on blowing up all their kegs? Music for this expansion pack's pretty good. Love it. Still. Or, excuse me, it's lit. Yeah. It's when you start talking about keys and things get competitive and difficult, right? Yep. I don't. It's like some dungeons were really fucking difficult though. If you remember Kata, where basically each dungeon was a fucking raid, I remember that. I went in there with fucking with randos. I streamed it too. It was. What's Kata? Is it when I was streaming? I don't actually. Kata might not have been when I was streaming. It might have been before. I started streaming 12, so I don't remember what the first expansion pack was I streamed. Either way, Kata had like legit raid dungeons, and they were heroics that were ridiculously difficult.
And
Sorry. Hello.
Set off the keg and hurry back to the mead yard. Then we will finish our preparations.
Over here, champion. Let's burn some Nerubians to cinders.
Wow! Genocide? Illyria. You're just like Arthas.
Return to the meadery. I'll lead them into the trap.
Just like Arthas. Purging.
The edicts are my guide.
The Nerubians will soon start swarming from the north.
Place our defenses in their path. The honey will slow them down, and the mead and pollen will help us tear through them.
Defense? Fuck, guys. Like, there's a fucking tower defense in the game now. I don't exactly know. Find out how this works.
We are out of time.
It was a while.
Come, let us get you on a storm rook.
Okay.
We protect the people of the Isle.
Prepare yourselves. They're coming.
We will keep them gathered by the kegs, thin out the swarm, and stop them from getting past us.
And from wrecking my meadery before we do.
Can't move my camera.
Bailgrim! They're chewing through the fuses!
No! They severed all of the fuses!
Stay focused. These monsters cannot leave here alive.
You will not impede my ascension!
Yeah?
Outlander, leave this to me.
Ooh. Oh my god, cinematic!
The fuses! We can't ignite the kegs!
I haven't played raids in a long time. Like, I don't even do looking for raid.
What?
Not since Wrath, for the most part. I haven't raided really since Wrath. Actually, I think I did looking for raid in Kata.
You must guide the Earthen.
Bailgrim!
When they first added it. I think they added LFR and Keta, and LFD and...
Syrinx!
Brown.
My directive is to protect this isle, and the Earthen. All the Earthen. Glory to the Titan! Long live the Earthen!
I mean, you probably could have done that without killing yourself, but you know, in-game. Oh, rip him.
Bailgrim. Oh, twisting paths.
I probably could have done that without doing that, you know?
We did it, but...
What cost?
Gone.
Everything.
Speak freely and honestly. The
RNG?
Corway's repairs must continue. It's what Baelgrim would have wanted.
Yeah. I thought we were going to get out of the zone tonight. We might not, guys. Did all the side quests, too. I thought we were at the transition, but we weren't. Your work schedule sucks, so raiding doesn't fit it. If you do looking for raid, you can raid whenever you want. Although looking for raid isn't really real raiding. You can still do the instances, and like pretty much anyone can complete them, so... Like if you're looking to actually do raids just from like maybe gameplay standpoint, you can get decent gear from it. You know, it's not going to be real raiding, like with friends or whatever, but, I mean, you can still raid with friends, but, you know. Sure. Hey, Jewel. Is there a reason why Valo has some of the least rage cheaters? You mean Halo? All games have cheaters. Rage cheating is usually extreme minority of cheaters. You can almost say there's a percentage of people that will cheat that rage cheat. It's like 99.9% of cheaters will not rage cheat. Usually means the game's really, really bad when people rage cheat because it means they can't get caught. So, or it's very difficult for it to happen.
Alone, Outlander. I presume not all went well.
Oh.
The edicts must be followed.
I don't know.
We must talk later.
That being said, every game has cheaters
happened.
and some have a lot more than others.
Council war.
So not Halo, Valorant. Probably means it's harder to rage cheat in Valorant, or you're more likely to get caught. But cheating, there's cheating in every game. I remember when Valorant first came out, and they're like, our anti-cheat is impeccable. You know, Vanguard is impeccable. And they talked big about it, and there was cheats available on day 1 of the beta, day 2 of the beta, I think it was. Yeah. A lot of people just don't even... Cheating has been around for a really long time, guys, and I fought for the longest time against people in Overwatch that, like, would just pretend no one cheats. And all you have to do is type game name here /cheats, or not slash, but game name here cheats in Google, and you'll find all sorts of shady shit. And it's all about tiers of cheating, where, the worst stuff is public free cheats. If that works in your game, that means your game's pretty fucking bad. And then there's, you know, forum cheats, and then private forum cheats, paid cheats, public paid cheats, private cheats, private paid cheats, excuse me. And then, like, limited run private cheats, which are only for minority, and exclusive, basically made cheats less likely to get caught from anyone. And then there's even more, like, limited runs that, like, you get people like esports professionals would be using, that are like only a handful of people have access to. So you're least likely to ever get caught by it. And there's all different types of fucking cheats now too, with like you can't even get caught with it, like DMA cheating and AI cheating now. And it's that we live in, like, by the way, I'm definitely not for cheating. It's just you have to talk about cheats for people to realize there's a problem. We are in one of the worst times for cheating. It is the safest, easiest to access, and least likely to get caught. I guess safest and least likely to get caught or overlap with each other. Very accessible time and cheating. And
I serve the
streamers cheat too.
Unswervingly.
And I've even seen people stream that I'm pretty sure are cheating, that talk about cheating and complain about cheaters, which is even more hilarious. Like, they sit there and constantly, like, pre-aim people through walls and shit, and just...
Do you have an appointment?
Yeah.
I speak for the Unbound, but they have no master. We have repelled the Nerubians, but...
Yeah, I'm sure World of Warcraft
gone.
has it too. Small companies will have more problems dealing with cheating. That being said, big companies don't even take it seriously unless people complain about it. Unfortunately.
Not just that. He defended the Earthen.
Sadly, it seems like only companies are interested in dealing with it when people complain about it. They just trade... Best way
More than anything, he wanted us to stand together again.
Best way of describing it, guys, by the way, is you can't sell the anti-cheat DLC.
Will honor his memory.
It takes development time and staff to make anti-cheat.
Time to fully
and that staff you could otherwise have work on a game in terms of making content. You can't sell anti-cheat DLC. I wish you could, I'd buy it, but you can't.
The Earthen of the Isle of Dorn will support their endeavor, no matter what the edicts say.
Cheating on single-player games is alright, but online games web play. Yeah. Assuming you're not really it's not really influencing anyone, you can cheat all you want in your game.
Truly stand complete.
Thank you, Council Ward. Now,
yeah,
let's clear the last of
and you are ruining it for yourself. Just play it, make it easier, right? I mean, pretty much everyone at this point is either they've cheated themselves online games, have cheated themselves, or whether someone they know, like directly know, has cheated on online games. It's not uncommon. Either they've cheated themselves. I cheated myself in Rogue Spear. That was a game like 30 years ago. Yeah, 30, a little less, more than that. 25 years ago. And I just ran around and just killed everyone. It was insanely fucking easy, and the whole point of the game just... I eventually became bored of it. That's what happened when I was already bored of the game, and I just became even more bored of it. Yeah.
Greetings, Outlander.
I mean, to a certain extent, they have to fix exploits if it's like really, really broken shit. That's just being a good game company. There's a bunch of ways you can cheat in Starfield without it, like with mods. So they're probably just doing it to fix bugs. I don't really think there's a problem with that. There's a lot of, like, you just go to Starfield and half mods are cheats anyways.
Conversation
I played a boatload of Starfield, but all the mods... Half the fun, by the way, of playing Starfield was literally the modding community. When the game first came out, people just poo-pooed all over it. But every day, like, we just went through mods prior to playing the game. Like, every day there's just new mods for, like, the first 3 months the game was out. 2 months the game was out. No, maybe not 2 months. A month the game was out. Just constant mod updates every day. It was a lot of fun. Just constantly changing quality of life fixes, patches, you know, graphic increases, improvements.
I have work to do.
Outlander, I will accompany you to the Ringing Deeps. It is my home, and it too may need defending.
I serve the Titans unswervingly. Having a Thragar here in Dornagol, it is an auspicious
It's actually spoken.
sign
I thought there was
indeed.
just going to be
What? Oh, right.
text.
Me? Oh, yes. A Thragar of old I am.
Will you be returning to your duties then?
Duties?
You had the brothel for Skyrim?
Can you refresh my memory of what those
I mean, that's best case scenario for your game. That usually means that the game's reached a point where the community cares so much about it.
Your
So
memory is like
it's your
mine.
game. You can do what you want in
A
it.
little dim around the edges after a few thousand years. Our Thragar were the best of us, chosen by the Titans and instilled with great power. They were our heralds, our generals. They made decisions for the Keepers in their absence. Your duty is to guide and protect us.
Yep.
To warn us of oncoming danger.
When we're investigating the mods, I had to
which,
kind
in
of
a
steer
way,
clear of the
you have.
adult mods.
These
Unfortunately,
other Thragar, they look akin to me.
we had some nice
They
anime titty
were
machines, though.
Larger, perhaps. But they
vending machines.
shone, as you do, of hard minerals.
It's pretty easy with ModDB, though. They have actually an option where you can just turn off, like it won't still censor all the adult mods, so it made it pretty easy.
I'm sorry. My auditory functions did not catch that.
Needn't you mind? Had a stray thought. Thank you.
I remember when
for jogging
CS
my
had free
memory.
version on Steam, and the premium version, the free one had cheater every game, while paid one maybe every other game. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people like to pretend that paid cheats will, or a game that's paid will have less people cheating in it, but in actuality, even if your game's like $20, If you're an adult, $20 every month if you get banned every month isn't a lot of money. So, yeah, adults have adult bills.
I am on the hunt.
Valyria, I heard you helped corner Xerix at the meadery. Thank you.
The Nerubians took so much from us. I will not let them do the same to the Earthen.
Why does Anduin look this way? He looks like a hobo.
Gracious hosts.
Like they just found him in New York or something in a park.
They've been living in isolation for thousands of years.
Like, what is this design for his character?
That may not entirely
He doesn't even look like the trailer.
I asked about why they keep calling me Arathi. And apparently, an Arathi armada arrived on Kazalgar a number of years ago. They're said to have formed a settlement in the caverns beneath the island. It sounds impossible. But if it's true, I want to see it for myself. They could prove to be allies in our fight against Xalatath.
No. We've secured a measure of safety here. Don't abandon it to chase shadows in the dark. I'm doing what I must. Hunting down every last Nerubian.
They tried so hard to hide
that
that booty,
trail
guys.
back to Xalatath. And claiming vengeance for our dead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Remain in Dornagal, Anduin. Leave the shadows to me.
Fuck you, Anduin. Little bitch boy. Yeah, get told. Get told, Anduin. It's actually pretty amazing how Anduin is still the king of the lions.
I will always try.
Like, how is this actually a thing? Normally, in a real-life situation, guys, when you have a weak ruler that's literally just constantly hyper-focused on himself, he gets overthrown or assassinated. Like, Thrall could literally have just told him to go live in a penal colony or something and give the lines to him, and he probably would have done it.
The mountain lends us its strength.
There's some weird decision-making going on here with Anduin's character. The deeps. All right. Traverse the core way to the ringing deeps. Optional. Is there a cinematic thing or something we can do? Sometimes there's like a little cart or something you can just go on. Oh. Give me the quest.
I want to see everything.
What path brought you here?
No, maybe not. Okay, whatever. Like maybe there's an elevator or something. Gotta use my 6, guys. Oh, looks like they had an issue here. Right. What was this? Yourself get crushed to death. Flat earthen achievement. What? Might be further down. You enjoy good underground. No, I don't know what that was.
Speaker Brynth, the High Speaker, has the situation under control.
Under control? The station is in ruins.
I would watch Jujutsu Kaisen 0 between season 1 and 2. I think I just watched season 1 and 2. I didn't watch any sort of... sometimes there's recaps and sometimes there's throwbacks. I just watched 1 and 2. And season 1 is not anything particular. It's just a basic shonen. Season 2 is where it gets good. So.
I attend to the archive.
Don't have high expectations till season 2.
What is your query? This is unacceptable. If us Jacks won't aid the injured, then we will.
Okay. What about Jax? Let's see. Do we have a race course here? Hey, bud.
Aspects Grace.
No. Advanced course is the difficult one usually. Second and a half. Pretty good. Good. Got it. Under time by almost a full second.
The Isles.
Best part of Dragonflight Raider, guys. Ooh. 0.035 off. Fuck you.
Welcome.
That was me messing up on the upbeat. Oh, yeah? Get wrecked. You're just a bunch of stars now. There we go. I still had some eggs left, too. Done and done. Love that. Investigator on overturned minecart. But gotta kill him. Escape Feral Scarden. Are these what happens to them when they lose all their memories? They turn into these guys? What's going on here? I guess we actually have to do more, so maybe we should actually just not... They're probably gonna give us more quests with these guys.
Time. Intervention. I declare my gratitude.
Good. Yeah, I enjoy them. I mean, it's just kind of a side thing now, and they're apparently like spread all over Azeroth now on the normal areas. So wasn't actually much effort for them to make courses.
That is not your concern. We do as he commands.
Need to do the rest of it.
Check on the others. I'm functional.
Check on the others. I'm functional.
Functional. Normally with Paladins, you gather up a bunch of shit, but there's not a lot of shit to gather up, so, you know.
Conversation initiated.
Ask Speaker Brythe about the High Speaker.
Directive.
I see.
Outlanders, this is the realm of the machine. And I am the High Speaker. And who is this? Brinth? I almost forgot I sent you away. I have been busy addressing our greatest problem. The Awakening Machine. What distractions have you brought before me this time, Prince?
These outlanders crashed on our shores.
She has some bad drinking going on there.
For your misadventures.
High Speaker, the Nerubians.
Like straight stolen from Spider-Man. Well, one of them stolen from Spider-Man.
You may wander where you will, but when you are done, return from whence you came. The High Speaker has spoken!
Love the completely desynced animation on the wheels spinning. Alright. Still not as cool. I still remember playing Skyrim. Spoilers, by the way. I still remember playing Skyrim, guys. Back before, you know, obviously it came out years ago, back before I streamed. One of the coolest things was Skyrim was learning that there's a gigantic fucking, like, literally underground cavern underneath, like, the entire island, or the entire area. Huge. It just, like, blew my mind when it came out. There's a lot of shit here, guys. Alright. Guess we'll follow... I don't know, some of the stuff you have to wait to get to max level to get. Yeah, I think we need to get to max level to actually do this. Achievement. Flight Master here? There it is.
Oh, no.
You have my focus.
Okay.
Begin speaking.
Is that Brynth? Speaker acknowledged. Thank the Titans you're here. We lose more of our kin with each passing shift.
Okay.
Have you met your quota? Speaker Brynth, you've returned. Unlike the missing shipments from Taylok and its foreman. Outsiders detected.
Non-voice storyline.
You'll find me wherever.
Down Quartermaster.
Communication initiated.
Offering amenities. Make your choice.
Don't ask where I got it.
Never. Skinning. Prep items I don't care about. Blacksmith.
Offering amenities. Make your choice.
That's probably for rare craft.
We all have our tasks. Praise the machine, it's Brynth. Are you here to deal with the kobold raids? The High Speaker won't lift a finger to help. You don't look busy.
I do like the Roman bath thing they got going on here, guys. In the main city, they kind of have this, but it's off to the side. It's not like part of the main common area. I don't know why. It's actually really cool design if they actually combine like the lava and like a steam aesthetic to it. It would have actually been phenomenal in my opinion. They didn't.
Strike while the iron's hot. Are you here to help? Keep busy.
Usually every major quest hub has Lightmaster now? I don't know why they even gave you 2 Hearthstones. Hey bud, requires diamond shirt divine. What? At the back and gather the 5 shards first. These are actually questing reagents. Oh, maybe they aren't. It says jewel crafting though. Oh my god, this is a banger of a tune, if I do say so. Oh! Dude, I think almost all the music for this expansion pack's been very good. Find the brass knuckles. Okay. Not easy to find, guys. We're just gonna wowhead it. Blizzard knows this.
The machines must be...
So this awakening machine is what recharges the earthen?
Moira, please continue speaking to the citizens here. Outland, yes, but it has been broken for millennia. That is why our numbers are dwindling.
Diseased kelp. That was... oh, it's in giant area. Okay, that was the wrong one.
Need something to do? You go with him.
Yeah? Plus the homes? Alright. Home. Monument? I guess.
Please proceed.
Discarded broken. Machine is gauge, calipers wrench. Okay. Yeah, we legit, guys. We're 100% gonna be done, like max level, before we're even out of the second zone here. There's so much shit. I guess they wanted to make leveling up through questing more of a opt-in experience?
Have you met your quota?
Good.
We all have our tasks.
Huh? What else do we have? That's Skybox. See. This. Ah, it's a placard. Crafty, guys. There we go. Why is it showing a question or an exclamation point here? There's nothing here. Available quests. Home is where the candle is. What?
Well, I'm listening.
See anything here, guys? I mean, maybe we'll have to come back. It could be a higher level too. We're just gonna go. We aren't gonna explore because usually everything takes you to everything else. So we'll go do the quests in the order. Hey, bud. Bing! Done that to lead off with, and not do it because you have to prime it. Oh. For the brass knuckles. Looks like this is a grinder quest, not really something we should grind out, but rather it's just something that's going to eventually happen while we're just doing it. My God! Stuff's taking longer to die, guys. On the ledge. It is ledge. Up here chilling out. Yeah.
Look at this mess. Beaten back and battered with nothing to show for it.
You are acknowledged.
Okay.
Begin speaking. Please.
Actually, they click on the... Stop it.
Praise the machine.
Okay, we reassured them. I guess you got to read the dialogue options. There you go.
Please proceed.
All right.
As expected, I suppose. We're engineers and crafters, not soldiers. Thankfully, Outlander, we have you. Let's scout the mines.
Candle King is crazy, forcing kobolds into war, but many want peace.
Candle King? Perhaps we face a common foe. What is your query? You have my focus.
Take a look right here. All right. Free companion? Grab the quest. We're probably going to go back to the last quest. Bird history within 100 yards. Uh-huh. See? Uh-huh. Engaging gameplay, guys. This is what I'm here for. Fuck. Yep. Oh, not the mob. We might have to fight something. Oh, don't interrupt me. Uh-huh. Get bored. Got it anyways. Bro, I see. Wick material. Huh? Both historians, guys. Here I thought they're mindless brutes with no society, just simple tribal system. It turns out they're actually advanced. Very, very advanced.
Nice weapons! No kill me! Yep, I roll!
Alright, got some rep. Pick up the other quest here. We're gonna go back and finish the other area before we go into the new area.
I'll not do it.
Considering theory, if we depose this Candle King, then perhaps the raids on Gundergaz will cease.
Yeah, we're gonna install a new Candle King. Covert op. A psyop. Alright, let's go back here, guys. Finish off the area and before we go into the new area. That's it. Guess we technically need that for the brass knuckles, don't we? I refuse to fight one. Dead. Hey, we found the knuckles. Lovely. No. Don't need you anymore. If you want one of these two, you can have this guy too. There you go. That's for you. My God, guys, I might need to heal. No. You see? Ah, we're safe. Run away. Minimal effort. Minimal questing effort. That's what we're looking for here, guys. Oh, no. Not my damage protection. We might have to attack something here. Oh, I actually have to kill a bunch of these. Oh. Fuck. Let's see. I actually had to use a heal. Crazy world we live in. Shit. Definitely have to rebind that to a key. Also need to look through my talents at some point here. But we'll do that more in line with when we are actually doing mythics, when it matters. But
you are acknowledged.
Shermis Falls. Meet Bevs now in Shermis Falls. Okay. Why they made the questing so fast in the game. Like I said, I think they made it kind of like as a optional feature for some people that just want to get through things, but
stay productive.
Why would you make giant fucking zones and just they're pretty cool and then just make it something where people don't even need to do it? I should go back and complete the quests over here first.
Do you intend to idle all day?
My personal opinion, a lot of people don't even want to do stuff unless there's some sort of reward on it too. It's like if they don't need to do it, they probably won't. Even though they actually kind of... We were talking about how like people are kind of their worst enemy. Even though they probably actually enjoy playing the expansion pack and like the stuff in the expansion pack. Like they aren't going to do it unless like the experience is lower, so then they have to do more quests. Even though they probably actually enjoy it. Pacify rowdy patrons. Too bad you can't walk in there.
You are acknowledged.
Doop boop doop 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 doop. Those angry fucks. Your details add-on for your DPS meter, they seem pretty good. I've heard of it. That's what a lot of people use. I like Recount based on all the stats it gives you. So I've used Recount for a long time. Why I have it over here. All the kids use details though. Yep. And then there's also discussion about the accuracy of the meters too. However, I haven't really had a problem with it. Fucking love this music.
Praise the machine. Stay focused.
Knuckles. Ring. Doesn't really matter. Your stats really don't matter right now, so. But yeah, recount gives you a lot of stuff, and I know how to use it, so from what I understand, details will give you a lot of information, but like figuring out heals, damage types, especially when a fucking healer's trying to kill you, which sometimes happens with passive-aggressive healers that are being assholes. CC effects, there's a lot of really interesting, it's not just straight DPS. Like when you actually go into the advanced stats on it. CC breakers, resers, interrupts, dispels, activity, hot uptime. Activity is also one for finding healers that aren't doing their job. Hot uptime, dead uptime, deaths, overhealing, healing taken. Then you can break it down. You can break it down even further by the type of damage done to you, so you can pick out what's actually doing the most damage to you and which units are doing the most damage to you. Or in PvP, it's helpful too. A lot of stats. Yep. I know where to find them in Recount. And like I said, I've heard people say that Details has it too. I just... using Recount, so... whatever you want, though. I remember trying to switch to Details and it was missing something. I don't remember what it was. It's probably fixed by now. But... probably could actually use my... I could have actually used my other cooldowns. This is more HP than I thought. Too late now. Let's see. Before we go over to that new area, the other new area.
Please proceed. Stay productive. Raise the machine.
We could use fetch. Lighter charcoal, guys. Perfect.
You are acknowledged. Remain vigilant.
Here in progress, broken tools. Okay. Done. Still don't know where that exclamation point is. It's somewhere. Must be like, sometimes there's quests that unlock when you get to max level, and it could be one of those too. Usually it'll tell you though. There's a waterfall, bitch. Here. All right. god, this is actually taking longer than half a second now. I miss the old zone. There is definitely clearly like ramping right when you get to about what is it, 75? Yeah. Over here and pick up the side thing first. Where is that? But rare NPC ability you can actually get out of. Planking pots and pans, perfect. Wonderful. Is streaming at a different ratio? Nope. 16:9. Something off. Could be 16:9. Covering it, guys. There we go. This, reclaiming the waterworks. Big up. Area quest or something? I don't know what that is. Right about here. Yeah. Already 3:30, guys. Incredible. Podcast tonight was actually a lot longer than normal, though, but Helldivers does not cease to entertain. A really low drop rate? Not using something, am I? There it is.
Begin speaking.
You begin speaking. Don't order me around. Let's see. Mossy earthen. 10 mossy earthen.
Earthen usually know when they're shutting down. These friends made a pact to strike a final pose together. Thank you for honoring them.
They made a selfie pose for their final shutdown. Hey guys, what are we gonna do when we die? How about let's make this cool superhero pose. Ah, that's hilarious. Got to clean the moss off of them? Yeah. No. No. No one likes you. No way.
Another interruption.
Beat Bats Vara and Chiramis Falls. Alright. We might go north now. It kind of feels like we're doing other areas. It's tough sometimes. So obviously, if you skip over areas and you do some area first, like you missed the quests that meet up with it, which we don't want to do. We want to do the quests in order because it saves us the most time. Let's go back to the main storyline area over this side, since we did like kind of the starting area. Let's see. Pull 5 levers, simultaneously summon Lurker of the Deeps. So. Gotta go toggle all the levers. Ilthara. So we can't do this. All the white mobs are level 80. Last in DFA they weren't. Some of them were and some of them weren't. Actually, I think some of them scaled on their zone. So, like, you could do them early. I guess they want to do the starting gear or something? I don't know why you can't just do one of your questing. Back in here. Green ethereal, glimmering to the gulp gulp. Take this to glurp lurp. Ethereal vision only lasts 5 minutes but can be refilled from the crystals. Requires ethereal vision. I don't think I have that yet. Just an extra bag. Got some Indiana Jones going on here. That's actually pretty cool. They try. The level designers in this fucking game, they 100% try with what they have. Imagine these level designers in like a real game. I said that. Guys, what's going on over here? OSHA Inspector. OSHA Inspector. I really need to rebind ice. Not here. Yeah. Lost Council. Okay. My bong's out of tune, guys. Out of sync with the rest of my stuff. Where is it? There it is. Yep. Yeah. Rough shard. Oh, that's for, I think, the thing in the basement. What are you doing? Stop that. Tickles. Oh. Yep. That, I believe, is for that one thing in the in-basement. They couldn't handle me at an iota of my full power. Yep. Dooba 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 dooba. You. I'm pretty sure, was it the new one ability I have procs off of Avenger Shield, and I shoot out a shitload of Avenger Shields when I do Divine Tolls, so. Hey Buzz, how's your evening going, bro? Pushing buttons. What you guys doing? Yeah? Someone's gonna yell at you guys? Slacking off? Yeah. Not that it really matters. We have a talent point from ages ago. Derp, 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 derp. There we go. Alright, tier surrounds you with Holy Barrier, 50% max health. Hammer Light heals you. Gives you 50% of your maximum health increased by 2% for each additional target hit. Any overhealing done with this effect gets converted into a Holy Barrier instead. Or nearby enemies. Nothing to do with Empyrean hammers, though.
And that's all the ways hygiene affect the quality of earwax.
Ah.
That was certainly an exhaustive list. I would never have imagined all the uses of mammals' waxy secretions.
I would.
Friends have food, right?
Conversation initiated.
5:15. What is it?
Back to work. I will ensure your name is in the archive. May the deeps continue to ring.
Not you take key from Cogture.
Ah.
And destroy the rigs he stole. They could spell disaster for Gundergaz.
We have here. Enter storage depot optional. Mining rig scuttled. Do without entering. Ah, okay. Let me push it. Let me push it. There we go. Now we can multitask. Gotta multitask those cooldowns, guys. Good. Minimal effort, guys. That is the wild way. Cog Chewer. Oh, there's a new one. Over here. Bong, bong, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing. You think when they're designing sounds for the Paladin, there's just like some guy that really, he like goes through like Goodwill and just hits random pots and pans with forks till he comes up with good sounds for the Paladins? I think he does. Oh, we can't actually use my, mount. Well, I suppose. Yep. Is there something else in here? Oh, 5 levers. I don't think this guy's in here. Might be, though. Nope. No way you'd be finding that without handy notes. You'd find one and you'd be like, what does this do? Yeah, there's no way you'd actually see that normally.
You have keys? My candle. Not late.
Yeah.
Directive?
Open.
We'll meet you on the inside.
Good to be free, but attack from front is bad idea.
Did that one over there already. It's another personal dungeon. Might be a personal dungeon. Okay.
Think I not see what you do in my mind? Steal candle, kill kobold, and candle king.
I actually need to kill him yet.
Snoop
Rip that guy.
Leave new friends. Early mental present. And close door behind.
Ah! Hey, look, it's the same guy. Well, I'll help him now. Now I'm on the quest. We can help him now. Oh, it's a healer? It feels bad, man. I hate using more than one cooldown. I love using more than one cooldown.
Candle King is cruel, but
funny.
very strong.
I wasn't on the quest, guys. Couldn't help.
Like this.
I speak for the machines.
You'll be back, right? First show kobolds and worms, then
what'd we
no need
get?
Candle King.
It seems I underestimated the problem. And you, Skitter.
At least you take action, Stonehead. That's better than other Earthen.
Okay. Leather crit. All right. 515. Equip. Your melee attacks have a chance to start the target ablaze. 26,000 damage or 11 seconds. For this fact, while target is already burning, refresh the duration. Also equips spreading nearby enemies. That's actually pretty good. Is this a best in slot? Just fucking trinket until like you actually get something out of like a key or something. Sometimes it happens. Hop in a fly mount optional scout safe area. Pamphlets distributed.
It's a magic. What's on your mind? Oh, those ogres won't know what hit him.
That's actually for a thing. Let's see. Over there. We also have to do that. That's a new side area that just opened up. We already did these two. Okay, I think we did everything over here. This is a new area as well. We're done here. Pretty cool. It's actually, honestly, a really cool looking area. Not gonna lie. Did a good job with that. For a while. You have to tone down your expectations when it comes to WoW, guys. For a while.
Another interruption. Begin speaking.
Okay. Alright guys, we're going to call things here for this evening. Tonight will be more World of Warcraft. We're going to continue with the leveling experience, guys. We're just taking it as it goes. We're probably going to be going through all the areas, enjoying it for the time being. It's kind of chilling out. I don't really have anywhere to be in terms of streaming, and Deadlock is basically the only thing that's trending right now. I'm not really super interested to play it. I'll probably play Space Marine after this, but that remains to be seen in the future here. We're going to take it as it goes. We're still going to play keys after we're done with the leveling experience, so we're going to go through and chillax through the leveling experience, then we'll do some keys at the end of the here thing and probably get geared up. I usually do, I think, up to key 10. I don't know how the difficulty experience ramps nowadays. I think the last one we did at the beginning of the last expansion pack was like, we did up to like 17, I think, before we're done at the beginning. We'll see though. It all depends on how it is and how much I'm enjoying it. We're going to call things here for this evening, guys. If you're into the stream, you enjoy the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed watching me just chillax and go through the new zones, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. You can't do keys until 2-ish weeks from now. I mean, that's perfect because I'm going to be doing a leveling experience. I think the keys were... When did keys open up? I think it was... Maybe it was 2 weeks in the first expansion pack, too. I think I did... Oh, so, like, keys are different than Mythic 0. We did Mythic 0, and then it just, like... It led straight into doing keys. So, that actually might just work out just perfectly well. So, we'll see how it goes. Probably be doing Mythic 0 right about when the keys open up. So that's exactly what we need to do. Oh. Hold on here, guys. Hold on. Hold on, we need to fix things. We need to fix things. Done. Oh, God. I scrubbed the shit off. I scrubbed the shit off my character. Okay. Yeah. We're going to call things here for the evening, guys. Anyways, I'm out of here for tonight, guys. Tonight will be World of Warcraft. Thanks for watching my streams, always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.